So this is the part you know that your member of parliament is only just another human being. So sometimes missing the peace and anonymity you had before politics, do you miss it? I kind of predicted that. Okay. Still calling your mom or dad after a big political win or bad day?
Oh, yeah.
You're not guilty.
No.
You're not guilty. But it was just right now you were telling me that your mom...
Anyways, I knew you were supposed to be, so I'm guilty.
Okay, he is guilty. Well, getting nervous before every media interview, even though you act calm.
No.
You're not guilty because of the work, so much work you have done in court and all of that. That's nice. That's true. Still feeling a little emotional when you drive through Akwatia and see the posters from the campaign?
Oh, no, I'm not guilty.
You need to say you were very confident that
I'm not guilty.
after the science and the data, you just knew you would win. But at least, you know, it's like emotional.
No, you see, it's not part of me, honestly. What would have happened? If you lose election, what would have happened? I mean, you go your way. I mean, it's not the worst.
Okay, staying up late, scrolling through social media comments to see what people say about you.
About me?
Yeah. Especially during the, let me put in a better context, during the by-election, during the campaign and all of that, you know that the NPP used that tool of, oh, it is his lawyer that is contesting him, he can be an honest man and all of that. Did any of these things, did you go to social media?
Let me, before I answer, let me say this to that. I think it never came up directly. This issue of, see, until recently, until a few weeks, I was not on social media, any of the platforms. No, not Facebook. The only thing was WhatsApp.
Okay.
Nothing. So I wasn't even reading.
But they weren't telling you?
Somewhere, I'll hear it, and my team members, sometimes they will show it to you, they will screenshot and forward it to you, and I laugh. I wasn't there until recently, and I decided to do that now because a lot of people are using my name on social media. They've created several accounts, duping people and all that. So I was advised that, hey, now you're a politician, full-time, an MP, you should have an official one, which would expose the rest. Yes, and so that is not even being managed by myself, but I look at it. Okay. My aide does it. But it's at my instance, so that one is certain. And so I wasn't really following that. If people thought that I would be distracted by that, they failed because I wasn't following it. That I'm a dishonest person, I heard all that. I said, do you know me? Because even the gentleman I contested the elections with in MPP was my client. I did all his cases for him. But you see, I'm a professional. I never said anything about what I know about him and any of his cases.
You didn't use that as
never, I won't do it. But he knows I know a lot. And of course, by virtue of the fact that I'm his lawyer, I know a lot. But I'll never, we talk, even today, we talk. Right. We talk. Right. He knows how professional I've been. I knew I didn't need that to win the elections. Okay. It's not, if you followed my campaign, I never said. I like what you said, and I think it will live with me. It says that winning an election is science. Yes, it is. It's science, yeah. It's no longer those prophecies. You heard the pastors to you that I will never win. Some even said I will never get sworn in. Really? Yes. I don't know. I think your age should show you that one. They did, and I laugh. I said, if I die today, what really end it, right? It ends it. What's wrong with that? We will surely go. That would be my last question. What will be? It's not now, but continuing the game. Doubting yourself. Are you guilty or not guilty of doubting yourself sometimes, wondering, can I really deliver everything I promised? Everything I promised. No, that one guilty. Are you guilty of You don't even need 100% to make an A. That's true. I may make an A, but not 100%. That's a nice way to look at it. Yeah. Depending on the school that you go to, it could be 75 or no school use 75 or 60. 100%. Yeah, yes. You don't. Yeah, you understand. Yeah. No school, not even Oxford or Harvard. No. So, missing a friend or relationship you lost along the way to politics. Have you lost a few friends already? To politics? Yes. I mean, because of politics. Because of politics. Yes. I have. He's guilty. He's so guilty of it.
Sometimes wanting to switch off your phone and disappear for a weekend. It drew hot. It is reaching there. We else want to know whether he's guilty or not. Are you guilty or not guilty?
Well.
Okay, he's guilty. Buying something small for yourself after payday, even when you said you'd save. Like you did a good job, even when you were a lawyer, you know, you got paid and you bought something for yourself and you say that, oh, you're guilty of that. Very well. Okay, let's see this. Are you guilty of taking extra selfies after a new haircut? But now, this is my question, looking at it. Michelle Utidiniswa.
Oh dear.
pretending you're busy on the phone to avoid long political arguments in public.
I've done it before. Guilty. I've done it. Yes,
sending a voice note instead of typing because you were too tired.
Guilty.
Okay. Using your title honorable to jump a queue. Just once. Not guilty.
Not yet. Okay. Maybe I'll do that later. But not yet.
Okay.
Because you see, the thing is that I even prefer disguising myself all the time. I prefer that, not noticed. And so I don't know what will happen in the future, but for now I haven't used it.
Okay.
Even when people say, I know you have seen you before, I say, I'm not the one.
Secretly keeping screenshots of messages that made you proud.
Yes, I've done it before.
You have, eh? You're guilty. Okay. We'll just go straight to test. Do you like music?
Yes, I do. I do.
I know that you were mentioning that you love Basa, but which footballer? Are you, okay, Basa dear, well.
Lionel Messi.
You like Lionel
Messi?
The god. He's a god.
Football.
He is indeed a god.
Yes, a god.
Let's test
you. Well, you haven't told me which team you are. I don't have to ask you a question.
You can. Right. Because quite recently, Chelsea.
No, you haven't answered the question. Which team?
It's Chelsea.
But so you are among those who support those teams?
You're holding blue.
Why do you give me this?
You're holding blue. Blue is the color football.
Chelsea. Oh, so you are the Michaelasian fan.
Well, for some reason, when
most Ghanaians joined Chelsea because of Michaelasian.
I heard so. I don't quite remember how I became a Chelsea fan, but it's possible that it would be him, though I do not recall his playing times. Maybe I was.
The only reason I don't like them, but I may have that spot for them is those days when they used to recruit a lot of Africans to play for them.
Okay.
But
they were playing well, were they not?
That time, yes. Yeah, they were doing what they could. I won't say they were playing well.
Hey, Chelsea.
I tell you. Chelsea.
Okay. So you love Lionel Messi.
Yes.
I totally agree with you. Okay, let's do some music. But if you have to listen to music, what kind of music do you listen to?
I love music. Good music. It could be gospel. It could be R&B. It could be hip life.
Okay.
Live band, but good one.
Good one.
It's just like food.
Okay. But you said very little about food. Apart from wache, you still said jollof.
You want my food stuff? I don't do MPC. Achim need to say me.
That's very strange. Because when I asked the question, I imagined some.
You can ask my mom. I mean, I don't do MPC.
It's men and jollof, boys and jollof. I don't know. I just don't know. Okay. Let's see. You just name the artist when I pause.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, wanna.
I know say Kimpaluta. I know.
We're a lawyer and pass. So you heard the name. So what's here? Okay, this one.
Oh dear. I know it's Kwabna.
Okay. You know your music.
Yes.
I see.
Let me get 100% here.
I hope so. I say more ready.
I love this guy. Is there any dispute as to the fact that he is the greatest of all time, Lumba?
Okay, let's see if there's a dispute to this, because I hope I put this person, because there's always been that consensus, or not a consensus, there's that debate that, well, it is him
disputed?
Or let's see,
or who?
No, this one.
Okay, that's Kujentri, right?
Yes. Oh, you know your music.
Yeah, I do.
Let me. Mami miu kakrebi.
Hey.
I say I am for kakrado. Let's see.
You see, African, what do you call it, or Ghanaian examiners. What's the question? My answer is come on. Just because you want me to fail.
Na kamiyaka omo conductors and be Ghana have about
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
Welcome to Newsfile. This is your most authoritative news analysis platform, and this morning we will find out how government justifies the mass dismissals that occurred after the December 7 appointment that were made from the December 7, 2024. The government set up a committee, and the committee has finished its work, and in the end, some people have indeed lost their jobs. We will be exploring the legal, political, and economic implications of widespread post-election sacking. Why do regimes like to make appointments and, as it were, pack certain institutions when they have lost power, just when they have lost power, and must the cycle continue as we see it? The Speaker of Parliament, Agyeman-Rawlings, is very angry at some commentary about bikes for MPs, bicycles for MPs. He justified their use of 4x4s, and would like to find out what the controversy really is about, and if Parliament is giving us what it ought to, and if Ghanaians' complaints are not justified. Also, Ghana is returning to the bond markets after the DDEP restrictions expired. We interrogate debt sustainability, investor confidence, and the fiscal policy choices that will be made as a result of this. But we begin with the US-Israel war on Iran. Will it derail economic gains? We're assessing the global conflict risks and Ghana's economic stability. We got to know yesterday that some of our own are getting affected. If we thought it was too far away from us, then we have to think again. I'm Samson Ladi Anyanini. We'll be right back.
Sorry for left.
You go explain tire.
Let's all join the ride to make our nation great and strong.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time. So, my name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Car. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
They say that you know and you know, so let's face it. You had me at hello. Hesitation never helps. How could this mean anything else? When all I dream of is your eyes, all I long for is your touch. And darling, something tells me it's enough. You can say that I'm a fool, and I don't know very much, but I think
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. It's only fitting that we continue to commend the death of the pomp and the birth of prudence in the expenditure of our meager and scarce national resources. I'm talking about the Independence Day celebrations. For years, we have watched the ritual of March 6 with a mix of patriotism and deep-seated pain. Yes, pain. It was patriotism for the flag, but pain for the national purse, as we witnessed millions of cedis literally march away in the form of fuel and so many other expenses and flamboyant parades. There's something fundamentally tragic about a nation that throws a lavish party while its citizens are dying in the shadows of unfinished hospitals. This is why the recent shift towards consolidating Independence Day into a simpler, dignified, and low-cost event. It's not just a policy change. It is a moral victory for common sense. We have had to spend 13 million plus for it. We have had to spend some 20 million plus for it, we are told. But today, we're told that we are spending just 1 million. We must also look at the Tanzania example set by John Magufuli and the predecessor. They understood that you do not celebrate freedom by shackling the next generation with the debt of a one-day celebration. When Magufuli famously cancelled independence festivities, he didn't just save the money. He redirected it to widen gridlock roads and buy medical equipment. They chose tangible, life-saving projects over temporary, ego-inflating pomp and pageantry. It is within this context of fiscal sobriety that we must applaud John Mahama. His commitment to minimalist celebrations paired with the promise of a leaner government and a significantly reduced number of ministers signals a leader who finally understands that the fat in our budget must be trimmed with a surgical blade. However, leadership is defined not just by what you save on the parade grounds, but by what you allow to leak through the back door of state agencies. We cannot celebrate the end of wasteful parades while turning a blind eye to the near criminal budget allocation that is being suggested, really. Currently being discussed at the EPA. I'm speaking specifically about the proposed use of, call it a nanotechnology, to clean our polluted rivers. You don't clean rivers, running rivers. Starting with the brain, the math simply does not add up. In a country where people are literally dying for lack of hospital beds, to put it in perspective, the staggering costs of improving tech for the Brim River alone, over $30 million is enough to fully fund and complete 3 Agenda 111 hospitals. Agenda 111 hospitals cost only $13 million or so. Imagine that choice. We can sink billions into an experimental high-tech vacuum for a river that will only be polluted again if the galamsey at the source isn't stopped. Or we can build 3 world-class hospitals to end the no-bed syndrome that claims the lives of our mothers and fathers every single day. If we save money on Independence Day, only to blow it on some nano solutions that bypass our most urgent human needs, then we have learned nothing. Mr. President, the lean government brand is a powerful one, but it will be rendered hollow if it allows such bloated, questionable contracts to survive. It is time to be consistent. If we are truly done with the era of waste, then we must prioritize the life-saving reality of hospital beds over the high-priced fantasy of river cleaning gadgets. Let us consolidate our meager resources where they matter most. It is time to choose hospitals over the nano hype and people over the parade. And that is my take. I'll be right back with my guest.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Life can be giving it to you like that, and everything around you will be affected big time. Too many uncertainties and fears. But with the right partner like Empo Life Insurance Ghana, you are sorted, save bam. You get the best healthcare, solid pension trust policies, and the peace of mind to grow your business and focus on what truly matters. Empo Insurance, empowering people.
skincare you deserve. Dream.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden products that will last a lifetime. With Fernat Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernat, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernat Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303 966 085 or 055 278 4097. Think wood, think Fernat.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. And the guests are getting seated and getting ready to join us. So we're going to begin from, should I say Israel, really? But the war by the US and Israel on Iran. It doesn't look like the way President Trump thought about it is how he's going to get it. That he was going to get it brief, precise, and it will be brief. It doesn't look like it's going to be brief. And now we are beginning to count the cost as the entire of the Middle East is beginning to suffer, this. As we understand, there are some preliminary figures as gathered by Al Jazeera. They have a tracker for the war. So far, 1,332 have been killed in Iran alone. 1,332 in Iran alone by close of yesterday. At least 11 have been killed in Israel, 6 U.S. soldiers, and 9 killed in the Gulf states. And as you just heard yesterday, in Lebanon, a UN installation was attacked and Ghanaian soldiers are in distress. Some have suffered and are injured and are being taken to hospital to be treated. My guest this morning, Felix Kwakye-Ofosu, is Minister of State, Government Communications. Dr. Mahamatia Abdul Kabiru is MP Walwale and Member Finance Committee of Parliament. Oliver Bakavomawo is Constitutional Rights and Policy Strategy Advisor for the Democracy Hub. Bright Simmons is Honorary Vice President, Imani Africa. Gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much for making time to join us on Newsfile.
Thank you very much.
Great. Hi, Oliver. All right. So, hi, Oliver. Okay, so let's get you to get your gadgets properly, ready for us, because Oliver can't seem to hear me. Can you hear me, Oliver?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Great. All right, so I wanted to begin from you online, but you have had a bit of a turbulent week, right? Maybe briefly, I don't know. You've had a turbulent week. Some of us were excited that the suit on the, Ayawaso.
I will continue to pursue. We don't. Any lawyer who goes to court knows that a judge is entitled to have a different opinion of what the law is. The judge himself was very clear that it was a difficult decision for him to reach in terms of how he reached his decision. He appreciated the efforts in this regard. In any event, it's not something that we are giving up on. We are still pursuing the different avenues within the law itself, and also a potential election petition, because we want to push the conversation all the way to see how the courts react to question of voter inducement and money in politics.
Bring those of us who didn't follow that keenly up to speed. What were you seeking from the courts? You are not a party to the Ayawaso elections. So what were you in the courts trying to do?
Correct. So what Democracy Hub took to court was that by the NDC's own reckoning and by the reports that they themselves found, that there was significant issues of voter bribery, voter inducement, and a monetary.
Did we lose Oliver? I think we just lost Oliver there. If you're just joining us, this is Newsfile. It is your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. Our guest, Dr. Mahamatia Kabiru. Abdul Kabiru is right here in the studio. Oliver Boka Vomowo is joining us via Zoom. We have Bright Simmons, and we also have Felix Kwachiofosu joining us. Yes, Oliver, you were trying to explain to those of us who may not have followed this suit, what exactly were you seeking, especially when somehow you are unaffected by the politics of the Ayawaso?
So what we were looking for was that, as to the integrity of our public elections in general, what is the scope of what can be taken into account, to be able to say that this is a validly democratic process. Now, if you remember, the EC by itself, the NDC by itself had found two things. One, they were convinced that there was voter inducement, there was monetized process, and that there were attempts at bribery in the process. Their conclusion is that they would have preferred for the entire process to be set aside, but they felt themselves constrained by two reasons. One, that this is an EC supervised election, and so they were unsure whether or not they could do that. And two, that the time frame within which they were supposed to present the candidate was too short, and so they decided to present Mr. Baba Jamal anyway. So our case to the court was whether or not, one, the NDC as a public body was bound by the rules that concern, the conduct of public officials in question of voter buying and inducement. And if that was the case, then the primaries that produced Mr. Baba Jamal would have then violated, our laws and the Constitution. And so this is the case we took to the Supreme Court, and also to the High Court. And also the fact that the EC's own involvement in the process, whether or not they were duty-bound regarding their ability to supervise the registration of political parties to ensure that they conform to democratic principles, that to overlook it and to present a candidate for public election, whether or not that was constitutionally sound, legally sound. So we took this to the High Court, and we asked for a number of reliefs, a number of declarative reliefs. And we said that consequentially, if the court was convinced in these reliefs, the declarative reliefs, it must then quash the decision of the EC to present the candidate for the main election, and also compel it then to organize fresh elections. Now, the court then took the view that because the relief we're asking to quash the EC's decision to advance the candidate was a judicial review remedy, it means that we shouldn't come by writ action. And it couldn't exercise or it couldn't remove those reliefs because in its view, if it removed those reliefs, we would not then have standing to be able to present the action. Now we disagree. We find that there are so many instances of public interest action that have been brought by writ, and we disagree with the court that the writ is a private law remedy, as the court took it and decided on that case. So that's something we're going to test in the Supreme Court more generally. But like I said, we're also considering an election petition under Article 99 of the Constitution, because this is a point that we want to push across far enough.
An election petition, well, this wasn't supposed to be a topic to discuss, but I'm interested. An election petition by who? The Democracy Hub? Because election petition must come by the parties who are affected.
So that's a very good point. The Constitution doesn't limit it that way, but Parliament has, by the PNDC law. Well, the PNDC did, and now Parliament has adopted it. And we don't intend to challenge even the fact that, non-natural persons who are not in the constituency have been excluded from vetting the constitutionality of an election. But we are going to use one of the members of Democracy Hub who lives in the constituency and is entitled to vote to mount the election petition. So that's how we are going to go about it, but we are still very interested in it. It's an action backed by Democracy Hub.
And the petition is on the basis that the primary that produced Baba Jamal was illegal. There was a lot of fraud. Because there was vote buying widespread. That was like a poison fruit. It shouldn't have been presented to the people of Ayawaso East to eat.
Absolutely. So that's the argument we are making. And so now the courts have not expanded the question of whether or not the election of a candidate can be challenged on those grounds. And so it's again testing novel law to see whether or not our courts will be interested in the idea of how we vet our public elections. Yes.
Interesting. That was just by my way of saying good morning to you. But I mentioned two things. You're supposed to pay 5 million.
And there's everybody who's reaching out.
You have money
to contribute the 5 million fund. I have clearly a lot of money. Listen, we disagreed with the judge on this and some of the decisions that were made in connection with how the court reached its decision. In fact, the day the judge gave the judgment, we had pending motions before it. The court did not listen to them. And so we are going to challenge it in the normal process. But I think that it's also important that we contextualize this in what has become SLAP legislation, SLAP litigations, or strategic litigation against public participation. I am convinced about the veracity of the claims that are made. I'm able to speak to it, and I think that I'm entitled to be heard on those matters. But again, I have called on people, anybody who has 5 million to donate, please give it to Ghana Legal Aid to do that. I'm fine for now.
But you lost. That's the question. You lost the case.
Yes, at the High Court. At the High Court, we lost. We are entitled to, and we're going to appeal it. I've seen the same thing happen where Canadian Japan lost against Kuku Bakum, challenges it in the Court of Appeal. I stand by the veracity of the claims that were put out. There's no 100%. And so I'm going to challenge it. And let the court...
Yeah, but how did you lose it?
Well, so a number of things had procured. Before, when the matter started, I was being represented by Mr. Justice Sai, who's now Deputy Attorney General. And then when there was a switchover with a new counsel that came in, at the time, we had asked for time to be able to transcribe some audio recordings and present them as part of my witness statement. We had filed a defense before the court. My lawyer, when the new lawyer came in, prayed the court for time. The court refused, and so he continued cross-examination on the first day. I was not in the country, and I understand from the lawyer that he had missed court. And then when he went back to find out the court notes, the court had proceeded to strike out my defense. And so all the attempts we have been doing now is a motion to relist the defense and file the witness statement, which the court disagreed on. And so the court went ahead only on the basis, ended the case, the cross-examination of Mr. Kandapa was not done, ended the case at that point, and then gave judgment to the plaintiff or Mr. Kandapa on those bases, and decided generously to reduce their 10 million claim to a 5 million claim. So procedurally, that's how things transpired.
So this means in some sense that the case was determined determined, can I say one-sidedly? That your defense was not considered. Is that it?
Yes, completely. Not at all at any point. So the court has not pronounced on or weighted the merits of my case. This was exclusively based on Mr. Kandapa's case and nothing else, yes.
because you have been faulted for having not done certain things, and your defense was struck off, and then you could not release your defense so that you'll be heard, as it were, the case will be determined on its merits.
Yes, absolutely. So the judgment which we have still not received was only exclusively based on Mr. Kandape's case. In my case, the motion to relist, the judge refused to hear that motion and gave judgment.
Interesting. And so you are appealing this?
Yes, we are.
All right. Interesting there. It took us a while there on that introduction, but let me continue. And this is my way of seeking to do it before we talk about Israel, US, Israel, and Iran. Felix, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
It's been a while.
Yes, it's been a while.
Right.
But I'm happy to be here.
So a while ago, I did Samson Stake.
Sure.
And when John Mahama, took over and decided that independence celebration will not come with the pomp and pageantry anymore, reduce cost and everything, some of us were very excited. I believe many Ghanaians are excited about that. Before that, we had been asking that African leaders should emulate the Magafuli and Samia, his predecessor, who dedicate the funds that would have gone into celebrations to projects, schools, roads, emergency health care. What's the response you are getting?
Well, I think the feedback has been great. What it is that when we first came to power, when the independence celebrations were inching closer, the president just called us one day and said that, is it really worth all this pomp and pageantry, given the cost? Beyond that also was the sheer stress that it put on school children and military officers. Because we've had instances where some of the military officers and the school children have passed out during the sun because they had to stand on the sun for several hours. So in fact, you recall that even under the previous government, there was an arrangement where they came to the parade only when it was time to march. So that was a step taken to ensure that we minimize casualties. But then an issue of cost arose. So the president demanded to know the cost for the previous celebrations that took place before he took over power. We noticed that the MPP government moved it around. I think there was Tamale, there was Ho, there was Sunyani, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
The last one cost 15 million Ghana cedis. And when the president also asked for what it will cost to hold it at the Independence Square, because it's a bigger venue, and so you will need more numbers. Ordinarily, you need 60 contingents of 60 men and women each. So that right away gives you about 3,600 people marching on the day. So you have to take care of their transportation, their feeding, rations, and all the costs that come with it. So it came up to almost 20 million Ghana cedis. The president said he was not going to have any of it. So he then said, well, there's a way, we need to mark the day. It is a significant, perhaps the most important date on our national calendar. So what do we do to mark the day, preserve its importance and significance in our history, and yet minimize cost and all the problems associated with it? So he said, then we can use the forecourt of the presidency. Indeed, it's a vast, sprawling complex. It has a lot of space. So then we're going to cut it down to, I think, 300 people with some invited guests. It would unfortunately mean that we have to limit the number of people who can come in, because at the Independence Square or in regional capitals, people could come in their numbers and support the process. That one is a regrettable effect of having to cut down. But when everything was done and said, we cut down the budget by about 90%. So it came to 101.5 million or thereabouts last year. And same for this year. So that really was it. And I had the privilege of announcing it first last year, and it was very well received. It showed that people were interested in government cutting costs and making savings and what have you. Now, to the bit about...
By my calculation, the reduction was about actually 95%.
Yes, about 95%, yes. Yeah. Yes, it was a significant cut.
Right.
Now, you ask a question about, okay, so elsewhere, they put the money into tangible projects and all that. You see, but that would be valid if government was not spending on those things already. Indeed, between the 2025 and 2026 budgets, up to 50 billion Ghana cedis has been dedicated to roads alone.
All right.
If you come to AAK now, we are awash with roads. I can point to you 5 roads that are being constructed as I speak to you. All right. AAK alone. And okay. All over. There's money.
That's just my way of welcoming you briefly.
So that really is.
What have you been up to in Parliament, Dr. Kabir? What have you been up to after the cocoa, farmers, solidarity and everything else?
Yeah, so well, before I start, let me say good morning to the people of Wale Wale and to the good listeners of this particular program and viewers as well. Samson, the New Patriotic Party and the minority members of Parliament have taken the position that aligns well with the concerns of cocoa farmers. You realize that when government makes promises to the people and the promise is not honored, it will have to take the oversight hand of the executive. And the oversight in this case is the minority who will demand government live into the words and to the promise they made to the people of Ghana. Government, apart from failing to honor the promises they made to the cocoa farmers, they were visited with, in fact, an unfortunate haircut by way of over 1,000 Ghana cedi reduction in the price of the offer, the farm gate prices they offer for cocoa farmers per bag. And that, again, was another huge blow to the cocoa farmer. We were of the view, and I consider one that it was not helpful to the people and to the cocoa farmers, especially so when they were promised so much and they were given so much hope. But in the past week, we've engaged in the cocoa farmers and we've visited a couple of them in several cocoa producing areas. We are continuing with the engagement. And what is clear from the cocoa farmers is that this is a broken promise. What is clear to them is that they were expecting the government to have lived their promises, but it's like they are falling short of those promises. So for us as a caucus, we are very much concerned. It's a matter that we've raised. It's a matter that we actually demonstrated to the president that we are standing in solidarity, shoulder to shoulder, with the cocoa farmers when the president visited us and in line with his constitutional mandate to address the country. That message was very clear. It is not a time for us to abandon it until certain time government decides and then reviews the decision of cutting down the earnings of the cocoa farmers. I think the New Patriotic Party will continue to stand with the cocoa farmers. So this has been our activity, but then we hope the government would listen and the government would do something about the conditions of cocoa, because mind you, most of them have children in school. They are not able to pay school fees. A lot of them, when you listen to them, when we visited them and you listen to their concerns, sometimes you feel like crying, because the situation that they have been plunged into is quite unacceptable. We understand and we appreciate the government concern about world prices reduction, but we also argue that this is not the first time. That in the 2017, 2018, 17, 18, similar thing happened and government came in to intervene.
Thank you. Do we have Bright Simmons on?
I was hoping that you could give me an opportunity.
Hello, Bright.
Briefly before.
I will also respond to you.
It's not it's important because a few things have been said regarding cocoa that are simply not true. You know, Dr. Akufo-Addo, in fact, he came to Abra Sebu Kwabankese as special guest for my campaign launch in 2024. It was on that platform that he made those comments about cocoa. First of all, we have not promised anything to the cocoa farmer that we've not delivered. When Dr. Akufo-Addo analyzed cocoa prices as of the time he was speaking, they were taking 12,000 Ghana cedis per bag and giving the cocoa farmer 3,000 cedis.
Yeah, did you explain that?
Which was less than 30% of the world market price. So we told them that if we were in government, we will not give anything below 70% of the world market price.
All right.
Since we've been in power, we've been giving them 70%, and then lately we've given them 90%. But something more importantly, Côte d'Ivoire, which is the largest producer of cocoa in the world, has slashed their price to 1,400 cedis per bag.
True.
Only 2 days ago.
Not true.
How is it not true?
No, it's true. The both statements. I didn't want this to go.
No, we won't have a debate because I was just introducing you.
It is beyond debate.
Hello, Bright.
They have done it.
Hello, Bright.
Anyway, we can go on.
Hello, Bright. Is Bright Simmons on?
Yes, Samson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning.
Right. Briefly, the way I'm welcoming each one of you, what's the relevance of, our independence for someone like you, scholars who came together yesterday in the way we saw it and seeking to have a conversation to get Ghanaians in tune with what it means to really be Ghanaian and to promote brand Ghana?
Yeah, so yesterday the Ghana Studies Association had a commemorative webinar to mark Independence Day. Many of us went on a webinar to support them. And as you saw, some of Ghana's leading scholars, such as Professor Tukwesim, Professor Adomako Ampofo, Professor Tracy Mensah, and George Bob Millier, were all on that program. For my personal context, I've always been intrigued by the way that we've treated our national foundation myths as a country. So you go to every country in the world, they have a very clear national foundation myth, right? So let's say you take the United States, George Washington through Hamilton, Madison. These were all not people who loved each other in the independence era in the United States. There were a lot of contentions among them. They were very different people. Jefferson was very different from Madison, for instance. Certainly Hamilton was very different from George Washington. But what is important in the United States is that over the decades and the centuries, they've managed to converge around a clear national myth. I am always puzzled by the degree to which we are unwilling to accept a group of founding fathers, mothers, leaders that are representative of the entire political spectrum so that we can have a secure national myth. If you go to France, for instance, and you think of the Napoleonic era, surely there were a lot of problems in the Napoleonic era. If you are on the left, you don't appreciate the fact that he declared himself emperor and that he was very much reactionary in many of his thinking, in many of his thoughts. But nonetheless, Napoleon is a founding, pillar of the French Republic. That's because of the modernization of the legal code and other things that he did. So this tendency we have to litigate consistently with different factions of the political class, trying to impose their preferred ideological forebears on the whole country and demand that every other person who contributed to the shaping of this republic is either a traitor or a murderous dictator or something like that. It's just, as far as I'm concerned, completely unnecessary. We've reached a point where all of these people contributed in different ways to support the country, and we must accept that there will be a certain diversity among them and move forward towards what we can do as the later generation in building a new Ghana. So that is one of the things that I have reflected on.
Okay, I thoroughly enjoyed it and the brains that were at play yesterday, even including the moderator, the depth of the knowledge that they had to share. And there was one thing they were talking about that really got me thinking, that we don't seem to have neighbors anymore. We are living, middle class people living in our world homes, and our kids don't know the kids in the next door. They don't have playtime, to, as it were, fraternize, and even accepting our brothers who are, as it were, not natural Ghanaians, so to speak, and all of these things. It was fascinating.
Yes, we are very grateful that Professor Mohamed Mensah Bonsu, who is the head of the law department at Shash University, agreed to moderate this. I'm sure at the very least, he relieved some of you from your constant moderation duties.
All right, now let's get to Iran, shall we? And sometimes I say Iran, and I don't know if exactly I should say Iran because it's spiraled beyond Iran because of the way they are looking to take all of this on. Begin with you, Bright. Trump really thought that this was going to be very brief. It doesn't look like it's going to be brief.
Well, you're right. The nature of the war is very intriguing because if you realize we've had similar wars in the Gulf in the last 30 years. The Iran-Iraq war, for instance, then the two Gulf wars, the Yemen war, etc. What is different is the fact that at this point we are operating at a technological frontier. The two sides are extremely technologically equipped. And that makes it very different from what the case was in, say, the first Gulf War, the second Gulf War, the Yemen war, because both sides are extremely equipped with the latest technologies. We know, for instance, that Iran has begun to receive intelligence from the likes of Russia, helping them with effective targeting. So even though there's been some degradation, not some significant degradation of their missile capabilities, their targeting ratio may actually be increasing, as in the success rate of hitting valuable economic targets. We didn't have jamming to the extent that we have today. I'm talking primarily about electronic jamming technologies that are now in widespread use. What therefore makes that different from other episodes of Gulf Wars is that the liability context has changed for airlines in particular. During the Iraq War, you did the earlier Iraq War. You did have some airspace closures in Iraq and parts of Kuwait itself, but we didn't have this situation where even as far afield as places like Saudi Arabia, you had aviation schedules being affected. So this has been hugely significant. The extent to which the logistical sensitivity has increased due to technologies being at their frontier, due to stronger interconnectivity globally, and that has created a very different context. And it's very clear that if the war does not end soon, some of the biggest casualties will be Gulf economies that were seemingly on the ascendancy, the likes of Qatar, the likes of Saudi Arabia, the likes of UAE in particular. So yes, that is a big problem. But even before then, the so-called proxies of resistance or the axis of resistance, the Houthis, Hezbollah, etc., had also meant that for the first time in a very long time, we had sub-state actors which had access to very advanced technologies, missiles and other technologies of that nature. That it meant you had non-state actions that could also threaten airlines, etc. So I think that has been the biggest difference. And the second one, of course, is the fact that the choke point, the Strait of Hormuz, is more threatened than it's been in previous episodes. Even during the Iran-Iraq war, that was not a major play, as well as the fact that the amount of fuel that traversed through that strait.
We'll get around that to talk about the potential impact on us, Ghana.
Okay.
But did you think that the U.S., Israel anticipated that Iran will extend this beyond their borders in retaliation?
Okay, so it's not an area that I study closely, as you know, but from just like you observing the trends, my understanding is that the U.S. had brought that this might happen is the intensity at which the U.S. went at suppressing Iran's disparate air defenses. They achieved that much quicker in the first Gulf War in 100 hours. And so this was even taking a bit longer, but that notwithstanding, I think that...
Let me come to Felix here. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has just issued a statement on the back of the statement that the Ghana Armed Forces had issued yesterday. And it is headed, Government of Ghana formally lodges protest to UN Secretary General following condemnable attack on Ghanaian Unifil soldiers and demands full, immediate, impartial, and transparent investigations. This is a statement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I'll just read just a portion of it to you. It says that the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, has, on behalf of the government of Ghana, formally lodged a protest with the United Nations following the attack on the Ghanaian battalion serving with the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, in southern Lebanon, on 6th of March, which left 2 Ghanaian soldiers seriously injured. In the March 6, 2026 protest addressed to the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, the government of Ghana has called for a full, immediate, impartial, and transparent investigation into the circumstances surrounding the attack on personnel deployed in the service of international peace and security. Ghana strongly condemns this attack and has further demanded that those responsible be identified and held accountable, as the attack constitutes a grave violation of international law, amounts to war crime, and affronts the protection afforded to United Nations peacekeeping personnel. The government of Ghana has further urged the United Nations to take all necessary measures, as well as all personnel serving under the mission who, at great personal risk, make daily sacrifices in the service of humanity. The government of Ghana assures our gallant soldiers that no effort shall be spared in pursuing justice and guaranteeing enhanced protection. Our thoughts and prayers are with the injured and their loved ones. It has a few other paragraphs.
Well, something, I mean, it shows you how seriously we are taking this matter. It's not one we will take lying down. It is a condemnable action, totally unacceptable. It violates all norms of reason and international law. No country is allowed to behave with such impunity and set about attacking non-combatants, people who have not shown any aggression, who are in fact there to keep the peace. And they've done this for decades. And it is very well known. It is an internationally recognized activity that they are engaging in. The activities do not pose any threat whatsoever to anybody within the region to warrant such an attack. And therefore, as the country whose troops have been at the receiving end of this attack, we need to take it very seriously. That's why we've lodged this formal complaint. We expect that the United Nations will take it seriously and carry out thorough investigations to ascertain the causes of this and demand consequential action from whoever is responsible for this sort of attack.
Iran promised to retaliate in a way that hits the U.S. at the heart.
Yeah, but again, in what way are the Ghanaian troops supporting the U.S. action or the Israeli action? So really, that any argument of the sort...
They hit a UN installation to get attention.
Well, again, these are not verified reports. These are not verified reports. That is why an investigation is necessary. First of all, to determine who has actually carried out this attack and what sanctions should be applied to the person. But I think that for some time now, we have known that the rules-based international order has essentially collapsed. Those who have the might do as they please without recourse to its impact on the international community, the global community. Those who do not have the power or means to mount such a challenge are left helpless in the ensuing melee. One can only hope that reason will prevail, order will prevail. I do not see how any side wins or emerges victorious from this conflict. It will only lead to escalation of the crisis. Whatever it is, I think that dialogue is the way to go, especially when in the period preceding this conflict, there were credible reports of mediation going on, especially surrounding the subject of nuclear, some work being done on the acquisition of a nuclear weapon by Iran. The talks were said to be going well. So it is surprising that...
In fact, in this case with Lebanon, it is rather Israel.
Exactly, it is Israel but again, we need to conduct investigations to be absolutely certain about the source of this attack and know what needs to be done to hold Israel accountable, if indeed they are the ones behind this sort of thing. But I was making the point that the war itself is regrettable, especially because in the immediate period preceding it, there were credible reports of some gains being made in negotiations to ensure that nuclear proliferation was brought under control. That really is the essence of this battle. It is said to be a preemptive strike aimed at stopping Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons, which then begs the question as to why some countries think that they should have nuclear weapons, but others should not. I have never understood it, will never understand it. But again, as I said, those who are mighty tend to hold sway, do as they please, and say that others who do not have similar might should not do A, B, C. Right. But we hope that this conflict is wrapped up quickly so that normalcy returns.
Yes, well, we'll bring Ghana in the center, particularly when it comes to our, oil. Oliver, so I don't know. when you look at the way it is going now, there is some suggestion that Iran should immediately, sort of surrender and seek to negotiate. Do you see that happening?
First of all, I mean, I'll be shy to go into military strategy of Iran and in terms of how to proceed. What I do know is the recent comment, I think just yesterday, by the president of Iran, saying that an unconditional surrender is not going to happen, and that they're taking this to their graves. And I believe the Iranian resolve in that regard. But then again, international relations are funny. There can be the posturing, which is different from some of the things that is back-channeled in this regard. But a lot would be known if everybody was certain about the military objectives of the US and Israeli intervention in Iran, whether or not this is very focused on regime change. There had been some suggestion that they wanted to do what had happened in Venezuela, take care of some hardliners and preserve some of the people that they want to work with.
But Trump has been very clear that this is the purpose, regime change.
Yes, and regime change can happen in so many ways. I mean, either or not you are removing some of the people who are already there now and replacing them with people within the inner circle who are deemed to be moderates with whom you can work with or who can advance your interest, or that you want to bomb them out of place. And everybody is clear that there's not been any example where only air bombings have been able to secure regime change without boots on the ground. As to whether or not you'll be able to get the American public to support boots on the ground, we don't know yet. But I need to be clear on this. I mean, I think that, and I've spoken consistently about this, and our own responsibility as a country to speak about these kinds of actions. Countries like ours do not have the military might to be able to intervene and to be able to deal with these kinds of threats on a global scale. Which is why it is important when Felix says that the global rules-based order has collapsed, that we consistently speak up for, and when it has been breached, we are clear in our moral voice as to why this is unacceptable. Because the only thing that protects us, and is the only thing we can have recourse to, when states seemingly feel like they are not bound either by the UN Charter, either by consistent international law, whether in terms of the use of force or whether in terms of humanitarian law that exists in this regard. It is more protective of countries like us to always make sure that we're always on the side of the rules, because the rules protect the weak and not the strong.
I guess one point to bear in mind, Samson, is that while this action is utterly condemnable, and I agree with everything that has been said by all the preceding speakers, Felix and Oliver, we also have to ask ourselves fundamental questions about the credibility and viability of this particular Unifil contingent. If you recall, this was an interim mission following the Israeli invasion of South Lebanon, where there was genuine belief internationally that it could, impose a neutral buffer, basically have UN soldiers stand between Israel and Lebanon, and that will somehow minimize hostilities. That has not happened because one of the key, well, actually, I would say two of the key commitments, which was to limit further Israeli incursions, and then secondly, the disarming of Hezbollah, have not happened. So because we have not been able to achieve that as an international community, what exactly are UN forces still doing there as auxiliaries of the Lebanese army, which is their original mandate? Resolution 1701 was very clear. Both sides had to commit to no incursions and the disarming of Hezbollah. None of those two are possible. Nobody's going to be able to stop the Israeli incursions in this current political economy, international political economy, except the United States. And it doesn't really believe very much in this whole mission, has been complaining about its costs, etc. And then no one is going to be able to disarm Hezbollah except Iran. And even sometimes I wonder if Iran could disarm Hezbollah. And so what is exactly the UN mission doing there? And should Ghana continue to contribute? Actually, it's been one down. If you followed the news, this was supposed to be, mission was supposed to be there only up to 31st December, and they are in the winding down phase. So it's double unfortunate, but I hope that we can now expedite the disengagement from the theater, because it's no longer a credible international peacekeeping force.
Right. Doc, from where you sit, so sometimes this is the way I think about it, the immediate purposes for the war. I normally ask myself, it doesn't look possible that you go to a war and expect it to end within a certain time, because normally the war never ends. Generations continue to fight it.
Yeah, so Samson, you see, I agree perfectly that war or armed conflict has never been a solution to any dispute. And if you recall, even our Nobel Prize winners have always advocated, Nelson Mandela, they have always advocated that we need to have peaceful dialogue resolution of any conflict. And to any state that assumes that it has the military might and they can install order and they can ensure peace by the imposition or by the exertion of that particular might is totally going to get it wrong. And that people would prefer to die with their dignity. And that to the extent that you are encroaching on my sovereignty, on my very person, what makes me an Iranian, an Israelis, people will fight to death. And for any leader to even contemplate that, they will want to install a certain order in a different country, a system you are very clueless about, a system that you have no knowledge as to how they govern and organize their social structure, you are going to get it wrong. And that is the mistake the United States is committing. And sometimes, because we are trying to be politically correct, we fail to call these people out. As a matter of fact, Donald Trump is trying to be a bully. And that is the reality, that the American people conduct a survey even amongst the American people, they will not support what he's doing.
I don't know about that particular one, but being a bully, he started it from day one with these, unlawful tariffs that have now been struck down.
Exactly. So you cannot go on. And in fact, this current war, in the 12-day war with Iran, in the middle of negotiation, you went and bombed Iran. And you told the whole world that you had targeted an Iranian, nuclear enrichment center, and you have destroyed, in fact, you have obliterated everything.
Obliterated
everything. That was your words. Less than 6 months down the line, in June, you are now telling the whole world that Iran has nuclear weapons and that Iran is trying to develop nuclear. Look at the double standard, look at the inconsistency. Secondly, you say you want to change regime. Who gives you the audacity to determine how the Iranian people should govern? I'm still trying difficult. Look,
America is a democracy police. You don't know that?
I like the fact that Oliver is coming from. Look, if the Americans should decide to come to Ghana and take away our president, we will be helpless. The only way we can forestall that or prevent that is to speak against the injustice that is happening to others. The moment it is happening to Venezuela, we are quiet because we are not Venezuelans. If it's happened to Iranians, we are quiet because we are not Iranians. The very day they come to Ghana, people will not be there to speak for us.
But Ghana has been swift these days. Ghana has not been quiet.
I agree that on these particular matters, we are trying to develop an international, in fact, we are developing an international or foreign policy of being from our non-aligned to more or less taking center stage, especially when there are matters bordering on human rights, bordering on the United States, United Nations Charter, bordering on the rules governing the ICC. We are very vocal. But you see, this war with Iran has 3 axes. One, there's a propaganda bit of it. And both sides, you can see Iranian telling their story, you can see American telling their story, you can see the Israelis telling their story. People are even thinking that this is a religious war. As a matter of fact, in Israel, only about 2% of the population are Christians. So for any Christian or for any person to even sit down and think that this is a religious war is actually being very dogmatic and being brainwashed. Because Jews constitute about 75% of the population of Israel. In fact, there are more Muslims in Israel than there are Christians. Right? So we take away the religion and you realize that these are people fighting over certain economic, certain territorial, certain kind of sovereignty that they want to flex their muscles. We need to get it from that guy. There's also the technological bit that, very much highlighted by Bright.
It's basically a
technology. And you see, the American thought that this was going to be like another 12 days war or another maybe 1 week, they'll go and change, they kill the leader, Ayatollah Khomeini, and then that is all. But these people have succession that even if you kill the 10th person, there's someone who is going to take over. Clear line of succession. So your method did not work in 1951. It did not work in 1979. It cannot work in 2006. So I think that the American and the international community will have to look at this whole issue about.
So let's come home quickly. What are you seeing? What are we likely to suffer as a result of this?
Well, so first and foremost, Ghana is going to be affected in our trade because if you have any businesses that is going on within the Gulf area and traders are going there, we are doing businesses, even now as close as Dubai, people, movement, airports were locked down.
Yeah, our players have not been able
to leave. This is one of the effects that we are going to affect, immediate effect. Another effect that we cannot run from, and like the market is already starting to respond, that from as low as $65 to the barrel in oil prices, we have gone to 92, thereabout. And analysts are saying that it is the matter of when, but not if. Prices are going to go to $100 to the barrel if this war should continue. Invariably, it's going to...
We have reserves for between 5 and 7 weeks, is it? For
that statement of having reserves, you see, why is it that whenever prices in the world market change, there is adjustment in prices domestic? Do we say we have reserves, so we have to wait? That doesn't work. We are only creating the sense that those reserves are there. If we are locked out of the international community by way of importation, we may be able to, live within. But that doesn't mean that prices will not change, because the buyer will be thinking that if I don't increase prices, I will not be able to place the next consignment. So the effect, the knock-on effect in terms of prices is going to be there. We can't run away from that.
Right.
Again, the other effect that we're likely to see is the possible radicalization and elements now coming within our borders. For instance, where is going to be the safe haven for those people who are affected? Which countries are they going to move to? If Hezbollah is not finding, if you like, Lebanon,
to safe, our borders,
any country, as a matter of fact, any country, and you see, the potential for Ghanaians to be recruited. In fact, it's happening in Ukraine. Ghanaians are fighting in the war in Russia-Ukraine. Is it not a national security threat to us that our own compatriots are joining Ukrainian forces and Russian forces fighting each other? The same thing is going to happen if you have this relationship or these hostilities continuing. Would have Ghanaians having to join either Israel or Iran in this particular fight. And this is going to be driven by economics, because they will know that these people will pay more. Instead of being unemployed in this country, why don't I take the gun and join so that I can make some living?
Right. Oliver, do you also see potentially that the economic gains that we are celebrating risk being derailed?
No, absolutely. I think that, okay, let me start from here. It's clear that our trading relations with, say, Iran directly or Israel are not perhaps at the highest compared to some of our other trading partners. But the bigger thing that the government has been celebrating over the past few months has been record gold sales, right? Artisanal small-scale mining contributes now about 52% of all gold produced in Ghana. Much of it, about 80%, is refined in Dubai. Now with what is going within the region, it means that our ability to go through the Dubai route is going to be impacted unless we find other routes, maybe India, and to be able to absorb some of it. Now, if we have received in excess of 10 billion, as the Bank of Ghana was telling us from gold, then our ability to bring in that critical cash is going to be a problem within the past few the going months. It doesn't mean that the price of gold would plummet. I don't foresee that. I think more likely than not, the prices are going to go high. Our ability to send them out is where the problem is going to be. And if we can resolve that, then we'll be in a better position. The question of oil and its impact, and this is my hope.
Because the UEA, which is our biggest place for our gold, they are affected.
Absolutely. It's also in the middle of this. And it's clear that in terms of regime survival, the Iranians are not going to stop hitting some of the regional countries, the UAE in particular. And so that is going to be a problem in a minute. Now, in terms of oil, this is my hope that we're going to start thinking of critical measures. That the conversation that was said somewhat towards the end of last year that the Maui refinery was able to refine oil, whether or not it can take our oil, the oil produced in our oil fields, whether or not we can put in critical emergency measures to be able to deal with domestic consumption so we don't have a price spiral again. I think that's some of the things perhaps the economic advisors will be advising government on. But I think generally there are perhaps ways in which we can mitigate this. Everybody is hoping that the conflict ends early, and if it does, we can all breathe a sigh of relief in the coming weeks.
All right. And Bright, from where you sit, is there something we should be doing to avoid the natural implications on our economy?
I think the analysis by Oliver is exactly the one I will have made. One, our direct relations with Iran on an economic front has basically collapsed. I think we peaked in 2010, and we are now basically doing thousands of dollars in trade, not even millions of dollars in trade. So we don't have direct economic relations. We have a lot of indirect channels of contagion. One of those indirect channels of contagion is one that we've warned about in the past, and that is the excessive concentration of Ghana's, the gold board's global value chains in the UAE and India. Presently, the strategy is that there is a lot of transshipment through the UAE that goes into India because there is a UAE-India arrangement that favors that kind of transshipment. Now, with problems with Emirates, we're going to have great difficulty, and a lot of that has been through the Emirates channel. Even direct diversion to India might therefore mean that the concentration on that trade route affects our bargaining power. So that's something that we need to have thought about much earlier, because we have been raising this issue of over-concentration. Nobody bothered to look at the data. So that is a bit worrying. The second point is that, yes, when you have a situation like this, people very carefully calculate the overall impact on the United States. If there's a view that the cost of this war is about $1 billion a year, other factors that might affect, debasement of U.S. currency, etc., then there's a tendency to bet against the dollar, and that leads to a flight to gold, because gold is a safety haven. Now, if that were to happen, gold price will increase, and that will be beneficial to Ghana overall. The problem, of course, the dollar will also lose value, which will be beneficial to Ghana, because we have a tendency, we have an interest now in increasing the value of our currency. But our currency is already nearly overvalued. I've been, very convinced in my mind that the currency is overvalued. So further overvaluing of the currency has a huge impact. We've seen that with cocoa farmers, which is exactly what happened in the 70s when we had an overvalued currency for many years. We hit cocoa farmers very hard, and there was significant migration of cocoa farmers into other productive activities. And some of that is going to also continue happening if we continue to overvalue the currency. So that's something to keep an eye on.
Right.
In terms of the oil issue, it's a very straightforward issue. We are currently subsidizing cocoa by maybe $700 million thereabouts, because the policy of this country does not allow the NPP, given its own conduct, the NDC, given its own conduct in opposition. Because, when the government spokesperson, Felix, talked about the fact that the NDC was giving only 30% of international price to farmers, he was not acknowledging the fact that there were huge problems with forward sales, etc. Yeah. And therefore, that was not really 30% effectively, because the government was not getting $12,000 a ton. So that kind of political conversation has meant that the government is now having to subsidize cocoa farmers and still take a political hit. Now, those subsidies, if they were to be extended to petroleum, we also have subsidies of electricity. We are subsidizing electricity by maybe $500 million a year. If we were to add that to petroleum, our subsidy bill will hit about $1 billion. This year, that will not be a big problem, because our economic indicators are all pointing in the positive direction. Next year, as our debt servicing increases, as some of the debt relief benefits, start to deplete, and as our spending ramps up, the subsidy bill will become a huge problem for our fiscal management. And we have to start keeping an eye on these different subsidy regimes that are all over the place, that very few are tracking. So that's a huge indirect channel for us to pay attention to.
So in the Jubilee House, in government, what's going on in your minds? What's the conversation that is going on now? Because you are making some impacts as far as the economic front is concerned. So you begin to feel, oh God, don't let this happen, because it will derail the efforts we have made so far.
Well, it depends on the fundamentals that you have. You see, when the NPP had a difficulty with the economy, it was because the fundamentals were weak. They simply did not exist at the time. You see, when the Russian-Ukraine conflict struck in February, the economy had been on a massive decline, at least since 2001. Around that time, the cedi was tanking. Indeed, it moved from 6 cedis. In fact, by 2021, the cedi was around 5 cedis to $1. By 2022, it moved from 6 cedis to 17 cedis. When you have that, it is going to impact your economy in ways that are more profound than when it is stable. So, for instance, if you bought oil at $100 a barrel, and your cedi is trading at 17 Ghana cedis to the dollar, a barrel immediately costs 2,700 cedis. However, if as the cedi is now around 10.6, if you buy the same $100 per barrel of oil, your bill is around 1,000 cedis or 1,100 cedis. So its impact in terms of transmission to the consumer is lower. That is why it is important to have strong economic fundamentals. Something since 2015, we've had a deregulated oil market, at least in the downstream. What that simply means is that it is the factors of production that account for pricing. There are 3 of these. There's a world market price of oil. These days, we bring in refined products. That one nobody controls. But we certainly control the other 2, taxation and then the exchange rate. In the case of the NPP, they failed on all these 3. In fact, when they came to power, they increased the SLA and imposed a number of taxes on fuel and increased some other handles. And then the cedi was completely destroyed. That immediately increased the cost of fuel at the pump. So as I've indicated to you, even if the world market price rises and the cedi remains stable and rallies strongly as it is doing now, the impact will be more limited than it was under the NPP. The other issue that I want to raise is that I personally do not foresee this war extending into a protracted conflict for many reasons. If the US allies, UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and co. continue to take the hits, it is going to pile up pressure on them to amend their stance. Domestically, there is some opposition. It has electoral consequences. You know how war can be a contentious issue in the US. That also will be brought to bear. If the US economy itself begins to take a hit, they are going to have to amend their ways. I do not foresee that this conflict will be prolonged. Of course, war in itself creates difficulties, especially in the immediate vicinity where it is happening. Right. So there have been disruptions to global trade, there have been disruptions to global travel. I don't foresee that going on beyond an extended period of time. Now, gold, I don't think there's any shortage of markets for gold. It may be true that the UAE and India are primary, markets. I don't think that there's a shortage globally for where we can sell the gold. If gold prices surge as a result of this conflict, it will inure to our benefit because gold has proven to be a valuable metal. What happens is that because
we're told gold prices will continue to
because of its value
in the next 3 years.
Because of its value, anytime you want to sell, you get an instant market. That is the beauty about having gold. And we've put in place an arrangement that ensures a sustainable supply of gold that we can use to mitigate the problem. Somebody raised the issue about Tor. Something, even if we sell our oil to Tor, we still have to sell it at the market rate. We cannot subsidize the oil we produce here just for purpose of domestic production. What happens is that if you refine crude oil locally, you cut out freight, which would come in if you import, and then margins that those who produce it outside place on it when you go to buy it. Right. So it is certainly going to be cheaper, but it is not as simple and straightforward as people make it sound. When you produce crude oil in Ghana and you give it to Tor, you have to sell it at the prevailing world market price. This is the other contributing factors to price that is lowered. So that one must be placed on. It's not as though you can just take your oil and give it to Tor cheaper than they would get it. In fact, it is possible to get imported crude oil cheaper. And mind you, ours is also light crude. It is sweet light crude, so it has a premium. So it is on the world market, it is more expensive than other brands of crude oil.
So you seem to bank your faith on the fact that we have great reserves. Our fundamentals are looking good. But the question I put to Bright, is there something you are doing deliberate because of what is happening?
Oh, of course. And the energy minister has been busy meeting with players to see how this can. It is a duty of government to take steps in times of crisis to prove citizens against hardships. And that is why we foresaw this and decided that the fundamentals need to be brought under control. And I wish to stress again that it was not only the world market price of crude oil that created the problem for the NPP government in 2022. Long before that, the economy had been declining. So that amplified the effects of what had happened in Russia and Ukraine. That is not the situation now.
Okay.
In terms of reserves, what happens simply is that it gives you a certain buffer if push comes to shove and you are not having imports. But it is something that you can use to mitigate the effects. Even if there's an increase, it is unlikely to get to the levels. Because at some point, they were selling diesel for 23 cedis. That was when the cedi went to 17 cedis. If you do the multiplication, it is clear and straightforward that you are not going to have that effect if the fundamentals are stronger now than they were under the MPP. It is a regrettable situation.
Okay, so
but you have to be prepared.
Yes, Bright, I heard you trying to make an intervention.
I just wanted to make a quick correction.
If you are in a country where the reserves that were projected, you were projected to meet by 2028, is it? You meet them in 2026 or 2025, then Felix is right to talk about the stability that we can expect.
Yes, but I just wanted to correct the impression that our gold is easily sold anywhere else, because you see, the small-scale gold is not traceable. So it does not qualify for London Bullion Market Association delivery, what we call good delivery. So that means that any market where there is a strict requirement to have traceable gold cannot take our gold.
Okay.
The reason why we are concentrated in India and the UAE is because we're not done with our traceability dynamics within the small scale sector. So the notion that we are producing this very large amount of gold, we can sell them anywhere, is not correct. Secondly, because we also decided to tie the gold to support for our currency, we needed the liquidity. So the idea that we could strategically stockpile gold for many months or whatever, and then release them at the right point doesn't work in the current domestic gold purchase program arrangement, where there's a need for a lot of liquidity to supply the market with dollars.
Thank you.
Else the price of the CD will start to fall again.
Thank you.
So that was a correction that was very important to make.
Right. I took a break on this message from one of our viewers, Mr. Dubois. He says that there is a new doctrine in town, the Donroe Doctrine. We will have to bear it for the next 3 years. This is a well-calculated war. Israel has been wanting this for a long time, but no support from their bosses, the USA. So they see it as now or never. Remember the Iranian regime and Shiite. So most Arab countries, Sunni, support this action. Iran will be bombed to its knees and will obviously negotiate for a settlement with probably a bit moderate leader in power and opening up the country for business. President Trump is very much aware of midterm elections and oil prices. Felix was talking about this. So it's obvious the war will end soon. There is simply too much at stake and a lot of back dealing going on. Countries like ours should just keep quiet and watch the situation quietly. Really?
As for keeping quiet, I'm not sure that it is I'm not sure it's a tenable proposition. Can't keep quiet.
Yeah, but before break, there are some, reference to our MPP region. And I think that when you ask a very simple question, what is the government doing? Answer it as simple as possible. But if you go to talk about what happened, and then you are not being, true to the facts, it's important to correct it. For instance, it's true that before Russia, Ukraine war, there was problem. There were problems. But he has failed to acknowledge that even before that, the economy was grounded to its knees with almost zero growth due to COVID. You didn't put that into the picture. So when you are doing this analysis and you are being very convenient, and he again says that there's not going to be effect because there's stability, he fails. And maybe he's failing to analyze the fact that once oil prices are increasing, your demand for forex is going to increase and it's going to depreciate your currency. So they are mutually self-reinforcing. It is not okay to just think that...
He's talking about better fundamentals.
I'm saying that if you have the CD being traded to the dollar at 10 Ghana cedi, because of this poor price increase, it can depreciate to something like 11 or 12.
Point well noted.
So those are the points you need to put in the equation.
We take a break here. When we return, as you know, we are returning to the bond market. What are the dynamics? We'll be right back.
Are we off now?
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Dream. Life can be giving it to you with like that. And everything around you will be affected big time. Too many uncertainties and fears. But with the right partner like Empo Life Insurance Ghana, you are sorted, save bam. You get the best healthcare, solid pension trust policies, and the peace of mind to grow your business and focus on what truly matters. Empo Insurance, empowering people.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden products that will last a lifetime. With Fernart Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernart, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernart Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303-966-085 or 055-278-4097. Think wood, think Fernart.
Smile. Maintaining a healthy smile goes beyond brushing alone. Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. Did you know that you can follow 3 steps to getting your mouth healthy? 1, regular brushing for at least 2 times a day for at least 2 minutes. 2, cleaning between the teeth with floss at least once a day. And 3, use of an antimicrobial mouth rinse that decreases bacteria in your mouth. As a hygienist, our role is to help you discover what techniques and products that personally work for you. So, book your periodic dental appointment with your hygienist today to learn more about comprehensive dental care. Bethel Dental Clinic, the smile starts here.
Healthy smile. March is Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. Have you attained 45 years and older? Notice blood in your stool, a family history of cancer? Then don't wait to have a colonoscopy. Early detection of cancer and effective treatment save lives.
There are weak points in the development and spread of cancers of the large bowel that will have control over to stop, to reduce the incidence and deaths from these cancers. Achieving this success depends on you and me. We are fully prepared. What about you?
Visit Mintuba Hospital and Coloproctology Center today or call us. Mintuba Hospital, First Ghana Colorectal Center, in to serve a peculiar health.
politics is like a necessary evil.
Mr. President, at what point in your political career or life did you think you'd be president?
There tends to be ambition that drives politics, career in it. And so I got in young.
What was your darkest moment as a president?
I don't want to talk about that.
It'll be a good time to talk about corruption.
I thought of corruption, and I identified two major sources of it. One is the poor remuneration system. The whole police officer, say superintendents, and they get take-home pays of beyond 5,000 Ghana cedis a month.
Yeah.
And these are people who are sort of upholding law and order in our systems.
There was increase in terrorization in terms of mopping up of excess liquidity from the system, and then also the intervention, even the Bank of Ghana would prefer that we call it intermediation, by injecting billions of dollars into the economy, caused the strengthening of the local currency. So in terms of our exposure, market to market of external debt, our total debt in CD terms came down significantly. Now the result of all of that is that they had been preparing for an entry into the bond market.
You heard Professor Bokwing speaking on the back of the announcement by the finance minister that, well, it looks like we have the all clear now to return to the bond market. My guests who have been helping us with the discussion this morning, Bright Simmons, Honorary Vice President, Imani Africa, Oliver Bakavomo is Constitutional Rights and Policy Strategy Advisor, Democracy Hub, Dr. Mahamatia Abdul Kabiru is MP Wale Wale and member, Finance Committee of Parliament. Felix Kwachi Ofosu is Minister. Of course, he's also MP, Minister of State, Government Communications. Thank you. Now, Felix, why are we in a hurry? It's like we're waiting to go back to the bond market when in certain quarters there was some praise for the government that in the circumstances that the government found itself, it was doing well, and we're beginning to really now do the true, if you call it, domestication, which is our ticket to our own development.
Yes, but borrowing is a long-standing part of economic management. Every country does that. There's nothing wrong with borrowing. The problem we've had, especially under the MPP, was the extent of borrowing and how mismanagement of the economy made it impossible to pay, which then precipitated all the economic problems we've had. As part of the IMF program, a ban, if you like, for want of a better expression, was put on the ability to borrow domestically for 3 years. That time elapsed sometime last week, and therefore government can return to the domestic market. That is what we have said. It does not mean that there will be a mad rush to the domestic market to borrow left, right, center, to imperil the economy. Everything that is done will be done in a manner that is consistent with the level of fiscal discipline we've seen, the level of economic prudent economic management that we've seen. But that government's borrow, in and of itself, is not a difficulty. It is the extent of it and how you manage your resources. And that is why this government has been prudent in the way that we do our things. When you go and borrow, what is it for, really? Are you borrowing just to meet recurrent expenditure? Or are you borrowing to invest in capital expenditure in the productive sectors of the economy? That will then open up your economy further and ensure that you generate value, generate resources that you are able to use to prosecute your development and finance your budget. This finance minister is particularly strong when it comes to fiscal discipline. The president himself has given him full backing. We've introduced measures like commitment controls. What that simply means is that if you are an agency of government and you bring any request for funding, it will be scrutinized. It will be gone through with a fine comb. It is only those expenditure that we deem essential or necessary that will be approved. Indeed, recently the finance minister has introduced another layer, which will be coming to Parliament very soon for approval, which is the Value for Money Office. It simply means that in addition to what the Public Procurement Authority does, which is to ensure that people comply with public procurement rules, there is an office dedicated to finding out whether the value for purchasing this phone is what it actually is as presented for approval by government. That is intended to reduce the cost of government spending, the cost of government projects, so that whatever resources are available are applied judiciously in the overall interest of the country. So merely announcing that the embargo that was placed on the domestic bond market has been lifted does not mean that there will be a mad rush. Everything that we've done will be sustained. Our objective is to ensure that we don't get back to the problems that we've had in the past, because every analyst of this economy will tell you that the biggest problem we've had cyclically has been overspending. We spend far more than we earn as a country, so we are always in debt. Kabiru raised the issue about COVID. We have challenged it. It is true that COVID had an impact on all global economies. In the US, advanced economies were reeling. But at the end of COVID, check the finances, check the economic indices in those countries. You find that even where there were slippages, they were not as wide as ours. What happened in our case? COVID struck globally sometime in 2019. I think in March or so, Ghana recorded this first case. So then we knew that COVID was here. It started. There was a certain government response. There was a lockdown. Some items were shared to vulnerable groups and what have you. But something, by July of that year, we had a handle on COVID and what its impact will be on our resource, on our finances. So the finance minister himself at the time, Ken Ofori-Atta, went to Parliament and said that I had presented a budget for 2020 in November of 2019. However, because of COVID, I need to revise these figures. So he brought a revised budget to Parliament, which was approved, which said that the deficit targets, which essentially means that by how much government was going to spend more than what it brought in, would have to change. They set a target of 5%, I believe, in the budget. Then he revised it to around 10% in July. But by the end of 2020, the election year, it had gone to 15%. The reason was that election year overspending had come to bear on our finances. They saw an election and overspent. Indeed, if you check our comparators, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Nigeria, Benin, Togo, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and what have you, they all face the problems we face with COVID. Indeed, to quote Dr. Bamia, how can a global pandemic jump all these countries and come to Ghana alone? The difference is that we had an election in 2020. And so the government then behaved as governments in the past had done. Anything to ensure that they won elections. So they overspent. They spent money that we didn't have and created a huge finance problem for us. So at the end of 2020, it was clear that we had to go to the IMF. They did it. They wouldn't go. They went around claiming that they were proud people and that they would not go to, and because of the propaganda they had done against the NDC in 2014, 2015, when we went to the IMF. So they waited for far too long. Then sometime in 2022, finally, somebody convinced the president that they had to go. But by that time, it was late. And then they had to do the debt restructuring, which had a horrible effect on bondholders. By that time, our currency had crashed. Inflation was going through the roof. Cost of living was rising. That has been avoided. You find that we set a deficit target of what? Is it 3.6%? We did 3.1%. They made the primary balance the anchor of the IMF program. In other words, if you take the difference between your expenditure and revenue minus debt servicing, which some is obligatory. Sometimes you didn't borrow the money, but you have to pay. So in order to see how well you are managing your resources, they take that out. They set a target of 0.5 plus 0. In other words, they were going to get a surplus. They did 3.9. Which means that they had exceeded that target by hundreds of percentage points. We set a target of 1.5 surplus. We have done 2.6%, which is the biggest in recent times. It is a very steep improvement over what we did. So even the targets we set in the budget, we have exceeded it because of prudence. It is not everything that we have spent on. Some have complained that, oh, that means that the monetary or the fiscal policy is too tight. It is necessary to ensure that we don't spend on things that we don't need. So, for instance, this independence celebration, we've celebrated it. We did it yesterday. It has not detracted from the fact that we got independence on 6th March 1957. It has not changed our status as an independent country. But we cut down significant waste. We cut down the number of ministers. And something you have been around for some time, so you know what it costs to have a minister in place. Very soon, we will send the presidential office staff list to Parliament. I'm sure sometime next week, in compliance with the Presidential Transition Act. Something, that list is at least 100 less than what the MPP had. So that is another cut. If you come to the Jubilee presidency today, you will not see televisions blazing with satellite television. It was cut. Indeed, I had to go to beg the president to make a special case for me because I need to monitor global events as part of my mandate. And then he granted it. But every other office has had it shut off. When I came to power, and indeed, I said this some time ago when people misinterpreted it. When they give you your appointment letter as a minister or some other public officer, they indicate that you get a certain amount of fuel a week. So initially, we were getting it. The president said, no, I am going to cancel. So he has cancelled it. So since then, I have bought my fuel every week as any other person. And this is widespread across government. That is a significant saving. Yes. You know the cost of a Land Cruiser, Samson? The ones that, the top of the range ones that public officials use, is about $125,000. So if you have 60 ministers less than your predecessor had, that is savings of $125,000 times 60, running into millions of dollars. That is money that is saved. The salaries of those ministers is saved. They also have to be given a bungalow. And often when they have to refurbish it a bit because it would have deteriorated over the period. Yeah. That comes with some money. In addition to the Land Cruiser, they give you a saloon car, which, because of what we use, should be around $40,000 to $50,000, even if you were to take out duty payments, which is often waived because it is for government. That is another cost, fueling that as well. And the allowances that you get, your travel, the energy cost, utility costs that come in and all that. Even the cost of running the office alone for 60 additional ministers is huge. You understand me? So this government has done everything.
Yeah, so that is
save as much as possible.
That's why there is the expectation that you don't give the impression that immediately we get out of the restrictions from the DDEP, we are hitting the bond market. We went into a campaign where you told all of us about how, the public debt had been at $100 billion US. Nana Addo took it up to 700.
No, it was 120 billion Ghana cedis in 2016.
Yes.
And went to around.
Yeah, I meant cedis, yes. Not dollars.
Yes.
And then Nana Addo took it up to 700, billion. So, and you've come in, you've done all these things to cut costs. Yes. So it looks like you are too much in a hurry. Immediately the restrictions are lifted. You announce that we are going to the bond market.
That is not a problem at all, because when you look at the budget, that's why there's a budget. If you do a budget and you stick to the proposals that you've made in the budget in terms of the estimates, you won't have a problem. The problem we've had is that often we have exceeded that budget. So even borrowing, anytime the finance minister goes to parliament to present the budget, if he intends to borrow within the year, it is indicated clearly in the budget. If you borrow the amount you say you will borrow, or perhaps slightly beyond that, you are unlikely to fall into any difficulty. So borrowing itself is not a problem. It is the extent to which you borrow.
And you are starting with a 10 billion Ghana cedi domestic infrastructure bond to fund roads.
Yes. But you see, those are economic investments. Eventually you recoup it. There are roads that are tolled. So you can have a lag of, say, 10, 15, 20 years, by which, depending on the tenor of the bonds that you've taken, you recoup it. If you borrow and you put it into an economic infrastructure project, you are unlikely to have a problem. But if you borrow only to pay 120 ministers, 361 presidential office staff, political appointees, the civil servants don't contribute anything because they are drawn from other existing public organizations, so they don't add anything to being at the president. But if you have a situation where in 2017 you had 361 staff at the office of the president, you are going to have a difficulty. If you have a government machinery that is larger than is required, you are going to have that kind of difficulty. Okay. But the fact that you borrow in cannot be a problem.
Kabiru, let's hear you. And it's good news hearing from Felix, because some of us have been keenly waiting to see the presidential, staff list, to see if they have done more than they promised, or they have kept the number.
So you should see it in the next
year. So something first and foremost, Felix makes this story out of savings, and he directs our attention to certain areas where cost has been cut. But it is also on record that this government has spent more money than any other government in a fiscal year. That's also a fact. Now, to what end does your cost reduction measures when does not reduce your budget spending? So it basically meaning that you are either starving some areas and putting into other areas that are probably also not relevant. Reasons for borrowing. Every government, no one has ever borrowed to go and pay staff. every government justify the reason why they have to borrow by anchoring on the fact that we need to put it on productive sector, improving our infrastructure base, the basis of which the economy can grow. That's always been the reason. So to create a sense that you are okay, it is okay for you to borrow, but this era, because you are going to borrow and put it in infrastructure, it's always been the mantra, it's always been the slogan, it's always been the reason for every government deciding to borrow. Now, when you came to office, even before you came to office, in Parliament, outside of Parliament, you made so much mockery of the fact that the government had to borrow. And you also feel sad of the fact that government borrow to do a lot of infrastructure activity, and that some of which are actually going to yield benefit for this government. We've seen massive and huge monumental infrastructure development under the MPP government across the country, that every single region had their fair share. And when you follow the development tracker or project tracker, we gave you statistics of every district where development projects were going on. And for the first time, we were able to do this with borrowing, among other internal resources. So to create a sense that, and even when you give opportunity to tell us why you are in a hurry to go back to borrow, you go back to history and tell an MPP and everything you get back. Well, look, this government clearly by the statement is telling us that one thing, that they are now ready to go back to the bond market. That's the first story they are telling us. Two, they are telling that they have been too much dependent on the short-term end of the market, i.e. treasury bills, and that they are going to move away from the treasury bills. Three, they are not even sure about it, and they are not even going to do it with some finance. They are telling the whole world that we are coming to borrow. This is clearly a departure from a government that seeks to say that, look, we want to contain expenditure, we want to live within our means. If you decide to borrow, you are basically telling us that you don't want to live within your means. That's the first message you are telling out. And that the moment you create and you signal to the market that I want to borrow, you are telling us that you are trying not to live within your means, because domestic revenue that you are generating is not able to suffice for the projects that you want to do and for the commitment that you've engaged to. Now, let's posit this particular decision of government in a hurry to go into the market. There is a delusional fiscal space that this government is seeing. They are imagining some fiscal space. When they look at 45% to GDP of debt to GDP, they see that there is some, maybe if you look at the 60% mark to GDP, there's some 25 percentage points around, with which, some 15 to 25 percentage, 15 percentage point which they can do. But let me explain why I think it's delusional. One of the reasons why I think that it is a fictitious fiscal space is because, one, you have overvalued your currency. And Bright alluded to that fact, that once your currency is overvalued, because you have supported, you have injected some 20 billion. In fact, every month you support the cedi by 1 billion Ghana cedi, $1 billion injected into the economy to support the cedi. You are basically creating a false strength of the cedi. And that will translate into your debt to GDP being lower than it was before the actual strength of the cedi. So that is one sense of the fictitious fiscal space that they are thinking that they can fit in and borrow more. The second thing is that they lament and borrow, even in this particular platform today. Felix has made nonsense of the fact that there was the debt exchange program. And the government is blamed for the debt exchange program, but they are eating the fruit of the debt exchange program. And you see, the fruits of the debt exchange program, because it created fiscal space, our debt obligations were put into the future. For the whole of 2025, 2026, they are not paying any loan. Those are the fruits of the debt exchange program. So if you sit down and you look at the fruits of that particular program, a painful decision that the Ghanaian people had to swallow in the betterment of the whole country, which the government came into office and they are taking the benefits of it. But you turn around and you are blaming, even under their regime, they have done some debt exchange programs. They didn't say it was bad. We approved it as part of the finance committee. They didn't say it was bad under the previous government, so we were stopping it. They did debt exchange program as part of the bilateral and commercial agreement, as part of the general debt exchange program. So you, on one breath, you are taking an initiative that the previous government took.
You mean you left an obligation that they were fulfilling, and
a government had obligation to deny the program, to repudiate the program, to say that we are not committed to the program. No one tied the hands of the government to it. So you cannot turn and blame the government because you believe. If you did not believe it was a good program, you have terminated it. If the NDC government did not believe that the whole idea of debt exchange was a good program, they would have terminated it. So if someone is talking through the issues and through his mouth is trying to blame a government for a very program that they are taking the benefits of it. In any case, I said it is delusional and it is a
I've not seen a Ghanaian who has applauded the DDEP,
I said
including yourself.
It is not, that's what I'm saying. Let me tell you from the individual point of view, from the hardship it exposed, every austerity measure, no one will ever support it. Structural adjustment program in the 80s, in the 90s, who applauded it? Everyone under the PNDC, under the NDC, everyone was against it. But it was a necessary and a bitter pill that ensured that our economy recovered. So you will not see people praising it. All right, so that is one delusion that they are creating, that there's some fiscal space, and that fiscal space is created by the debt exchange program, and they want to plug in that particular space by borrowing. Now, they are saying that market conditions are good, and because those market conditions are good, it's okay to borrow now. And they are just trying to fit into the euphoria, into the seemingly good macroeconomic. In any case, those indicators you are priding yourself now, they did not start in 2025. They have become better in 2025, but it is not the case that the trend that you are seeing started in 2025. That's the first fact we have to register. Second, there was an IMF supporter program. Under the program, there were certain decisions that the previous government had to take on the basis of which we will get the significant macroeconomic indicators. Why do you lose sight of that particular decision to even go to the IMF program that impose conditionalities on us, that ensure that government live within its means, that ensure that government should not borrow, either from the domestic or from the external market for 3 years. And that 3 years is coming to an end, or that particular moratorium is coming to an end this week or last week, and then you are issuing a statement to that effect. Because the reason why the IMF put in that conditionality was to the fact that when you have your debt in unsustainable levels, and then you are borrowing, and when I'm giving you money, you may have the tendency to use the money to pay your debtors. It's quite tempting. So because of that, we'll have to put in that particular condition to say that, look, from now on until such time that we are out of the program, no servicing of your debt obligation, and you should not borrow. There was even a cap over 250 million per annum in terms of the net addition into your debt.
May I ask you one question?
You may.
You don't see anything positive about anything that has happened so far?
No. I see.
What's your?
Let me
give any prescriptions for the government?
I have prescriptions for government, and I think that
the restrictions on the DDEP are we're getting out of it, and so they should go borrow.
So let me. I was coming to the prescription. In any case, I'll be the least to say that things are not better than they were in 2024. I've always stated it. I've never shied away from it, and it is infidelity to the fact that I make those concessions. They on the other side, in fact, they try to even say that you did nothing. When the facts shows that things were put in place, certain measures were taken that culminated into the results we are seeing. So I'm the least to take away any shame from this government by not acknowledging.
Returning to the bond market is bad. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'll tell you why it is.
Because your regime ran the economy literally on the bond market.
Let me tell you why it is a dangerous thing. We ran it on the bond market, and the difficulty and the risk that we didn't contemplate was that there was going to be a crash of the economy. Because when your economy is expanding, you are borrowing, you are thinking that debt to GDP will always save you. That's the thinking of every policymaker. That when you did not contemplate a disaster, that will strike and even make sure that you have zero growth, or negative growth. No one had contemplated, and this government is making the same mistake. And that's why we are drawing their attention to that possible trap, that debt trap that we found ourselves cyclical in. They are falling into that. The reason why they are doing this is that, one, revenue is not performing. If your revenue is not performing, and you are rushing to borrow, you are basically going to increase yourself or throw yourself more into the debt trap, because government itself, their revenue target for 2025, they failed to meet that. So when you fail to meet your revenue target and you are in a hurry to borrow, that is one risk that you are going to face. Two, the structure of the economy and the changes we are seeing, the positive changes we are seeing, are not based on structural changes. They are based on, if you like, administering the symptoms, trying to address the underlying symptoms of the economy. They've not addressed what can culminate into what we call the real sector improvement in a manner that the structure of the economy will change so that it can support any borrowing you want to do. what I see and what I anticipate is that this government will continue. They will borrow long term to fulfill their current obligation, and that cycle is going to go. So for me, I think that government will have to hasten slowly. I'm not of the least saying that government should not borrow.
Okay.
I have to make that point clear. I'm supporting the fact that government would have to finance its development activity. The use of that particular borrowing must be geared towards, like you said, productive sector, supporting infrastructure. Right. However, the tendency for you to lose sight of the fact that you think that gold prices are increasing. Imagine for a moment gold prices should reduce.
Thank you.
What happens here?
I see Felix is itching to say something, but let me go around and return to you. You're still here on Newsfile. This is your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. And someone is pointing me to a part of the president's speech where he said that over the past year, we have taken decisive steps to stabilize our economy, restore investor confidence, and rebuild fiscal discipline in how we manage our resources. Inflation is declining, the local currency is stabilizing, and confidence in the Ghanaian economy is gradually returning. We have renegotiated our debts to obtain more sustainable terms for our people, and we have redirected valuable national resources towards healthcare, education, agriculture, and employment creation. So this sort of supports Dr. Kabiru when he talks about the benefits derived from the restrictions that were imposed by us through the DDEP program. Bright.
The IMF program.
Yes. The IMF program, which is
DDEP is just
yes,
of it.
Correct. Yeah. I remember how we got a junk status of ratings for our economy and everything else.
So, I mean, let's not, play about the bush. The domestic environment has become extremely benign. Inflation has moved from 54% to 3.3%. Government borrowing costs annual on the short end of the market is now below 10%. Mm-hmm. This is, nobody can fight with the data. It's completely unambiguous. So that's one point to make. And therefore, it's not surprising that the government, seeing those kinds of macroeconomic indicators, will begin to think about borrowing a little more. The issue that we face is that there is a tension between the fact that the government must indeed go back to borrowing long term, because right now it borrows short term, it borrows for up to a year. That's why the treasury bill is 91 days, 181 days, 365 days, or 364 days. So in essence, the government is nobody trusts the government enough to give it money for more than a year. That's what we've experienced the last 3 years. Every government should have an inclination to want to move out of that situation. You want to borrow for a longer period because it gives you more flexibility. It gives you more room to lock in favorable interest rates for longer. Because if you imagine that the government issued at 13.5%, which is the indicative pricing, 13.5% means that for 10 to 15 years, it's locked to that cost. It doesn't matter what happens in the interim. So that gives you predictability. You can plan, you can make medium-term arrangements because you know what the cost is going to be to you over a 10-year period. So there is a lot of reasons why a government must go back to borrowing for long term. It just makes a lot of sense, right? You have pension funds which are, heavily exposed to what we call duration mismatches. They take money and then they are not supposed to pay back because people work for 30 years of their life, 20 years of their life. Then you have to pay them back. So you also need on your asset side, so that's your liability side. On your asset side, you also need instruments or assets that will pay for a long period at a predictable rate. So when you build your models, you know that in the next 20 years, the next 30, I'll be able to pay all these pensioners as my liabilities come due. So pension funds also need long instruments. Right now, they are relying on what? Not much. Some treasury bills here and there, and then, and the government also tried to block them from investing overseas, even though that was a small piece of the investment pie. So that is also something that's quite critical. The third element is that next year, we fall into a maturity wall. Remember that in 2023, the government literally took about nearly half of all the domestic debt and cuts the returns up to almost 10% on some instruments, and then extended average maturity from roughly 4 years to almost 14 years. This was huge. Banks were hit by about 40 billion cedis. So it's not a small thing, right? Now, a lot of that cure had involved postponing when the payments come due. Now, in 2027 and 2028, a lot of that payments come due between 2027 and 2029. In fact, 2027 is the largest single redemption year. So what that means is that, something about $4.something billion is due next year. All of this creates conditions for management that are quite extreme. And that is the positive case for going back to the long-dated instruments. Now, here is the negative case, which the opposition leader in the studio, Dr. Kabiru, is pointing out. And that is this. Your current environment is favorable because on the short term, people think things are likely to be good for the short term. Given the way things have behaved over the last 2 years, particularly last year, there's a lot of confidence that between now and 2027, the country's domestic macroeconomic environment, the way the economy is, will largely be benign, to largely be positive. It's not, most people are not worried too much about 2026 and most of 2027. Now, that does not mean, though, that most people are not worried about the next 10 years. That's a huge contradiction. That's a paradox. The reason being that we have a cyclical history. We have a history where we do very well, consolidate, stabilize, and then we trick investors to come back in, big, and then we do our thing again, which is why we've gone to the IMF 17 times. So you can have a very positive short-term outlook on Ghana. The question is, do you have a positive long-term outlook on Ghana? Do you think in 10 years, over 10 years, things will be generally positive? Because if you don't, then you will happily lend to the government in the short term at less than 10%, but when it comes to the long term, you want 20%. So the government is forced to do an amazing balancing act, where it's trying to convince you that not only are things good now, but somehow it has fundamentally changed the way Ghana is governed, that you can trust Ghana for the next 10 years. And if it's not able to sell this story credibly, then it faces humiliation because it doesn't get its indicative pricing. My sense is that it will get the indicative pricing because the amount is not a lot. 10 billion cedis in the larger scheme of things is not as much as it sounds. So I think there are enough investors who will take the risk, even at 10.5% for a small delta between what they can get on the short end, the 1-year bond and the 10-year bond. But it's a very ambitious gamble because trying to get somebody to move from, in a year, I can lend to you at almost 10%, to get that person to lend to you at 13.5%. It's a for 10 years or something like that. It's a serious push for confidence. So that is where the challenge is. If the government does not get that indicative price and is forced to move it up, then what happens? Then this new pricing, this new longer term pricing becomes a new benchmark for so many other product pricing across the market. So the government is really, really keen on settling on a really low price, around less than 40%, maybe maximum 15%. And the challenge is whether or not the rest of the market feel the same degree of confidence, not in terms of the short term, not in terms of the next year, but over 10 years. That really is the issue. The second is that the government is testing the waters. If the bond prices, the bond issuance is wildly successful, nobody believes that it will end there. So it's going in with a very simple story. We are going to use this for tolled roads. We are going to use revenues from tolled roads to pay it back. You have nothing to fear. But once this goes through, it will come back and start borrowing again. The problem is it has not retrenched from the treasury bill market. So you now have a parallel market where it's dumping issuances into the treasury bill market, and at the same time, it's trying to move into the long term. Some people will argue that it needs to do some, let me use a simple word, some conversions, attempts to redeem some treasury bills and slow down treasury bills just as it ramps up on long-term debt issuance. So that's going to be very important. We should also remember that we've not completed our restructuring. This is our debt restructuring because the commercial debt holders are not playing ball. And about 6.5% of that is commercial debt holders. So private sector companies that were supposed to also, apart from, of course, energy sector companies. So you saw the energy sector players agree to a haircut of, I think it's 15%, that ASEP and others advised on. But beyond those, when it comes to, some of the commercial banks in Germany and elsewhere, where we borrow money to do things like KJTR and other things, they've really been adamant about not restructuring. We haven't heard much about that so far. China has still not signed a bilateral debt agreement with us. We just recently signed with Belgium. So it means that even in the EU, which is one of the most, proactively favorable towards the restructuring, we've struggled with some countries. All of this means that some investors, some creditors to the state of Ghana, to the Republic of Ghana, are quite cautious. And they are cautious around whether or not they'll be taken for fools. Because, why should we restructure if you're going back to the market to borrow again? And they have been vindicated in this essence, right? Because while you're asking people to restructure because you don't have money, etc., you are going into the market and will potentially issue at a rate that is higher than what you are offering those that you are restructuring with. So these are all very interesting dynamics that are at play. And my sense is that investors look at everything. And then you build your model and then you start to isolate to the most critical elements. And that is where the government might still win, because ultimately you look at all the factors and you go like, yeah, but Ghana is still one of the anchor economies in the region. The government is still doing relatively well. Gold seems to be on a super cycle, and gold is now a huge, important anchor of the economy. But despite all those favorable trends, we should remember that gold, for instance, is not a permanent cycle. We've seen gold go up and come down very significantly. So some of that external, the benign external environment, some of those elements could change. So there is a hugely complicated issue. All that I would say is that the government definitely has to go back to the market. It's just a matter of how it does it. How does it price the balance between short-term confidence versus long-term credibility? Those are the dynamics. These are technical matters.
In just a minute or some 30 seconds, help me with some explanation. If the government is looking for money, there is a government that has seen oversubscription of the treasury bills 8 consecutive times. I don't know, but in my basic understanding, that means there's a lot of money chasing the government.
Yes, that's the short term. So essentially, you trust that the government will do well this year, next year. Do you trust that after JDM, President Mahama leaves, and the next government, will they follow the same austerity principles? Because there are people in this country who think the austerity program has not been sensible, because they feel like the vulnerable have been hit too hard. When you look at VAT returns, for instance, you see that VAT returns have increased, but the underlying consumption expenditure has dropped. So essentially, people are spending less and pay more tax.
Okay.
Some people don't support that. Let's say the environment changes. Second point that is also very important. So whether or not you trust the government 5 years from now, 10 years from now, is the issue. Not just whether you trust the government now or next year. But the second point is that because we've had 3 years of no data, we don't have actual market reference for pricing. And so it cuts both ways. It means that you actually need to go into the market again to establish reference, so that at the very least you have a sense of your medium-term borrowing.
Thank you very much.
It also means, therefore, that at this stage, nobody really knows what a 15-year bond in Ghana should be worth, or a 15-year lending to the government should be worth.
Thank you, Bright. And Oliver. So I don't know where how you look at this issue, and I'm coming to you from the perspective that you have sought to be in the trenches with the very poor people. Of course, the MPs here will have that experience as well. But for, a people that were told and sold a story about the public debt that was so much from, as in 120, as Felix spoke about, billion in 2017, and was taken to 700, billion Ghana cedis by the Akufo-Addo regime. Do you also feel there ought to be some caution in getting into the bond market, because there are a lot of rules that have to be done and so on and so forth, and this is where they are going to get this money for?
Thank you, something. I think that you're absolutely correct. There's a bit of caution that I have in connection with this, but more broadly, I think maybe I would want to constitutionalize the conversation a bit more, because when you look at the Kwesi Prempeh Committee's report, the issue of our debt is something that the committee pays a lot of attention to. Because what they do is that they try to historicize the conversation, and the knowledge that the levels at which we indebt ourselves as a republic is something that has been a big part of the politics and concern of Ghanaians for so long. If you cast your mind back to Achampon's year in Tuya, after Nkrumah's overthrow and the excessive debt that the NLC and others have gotten into before Acheampong came in, debt has been a bigger Ghanaian problem for a while. So they look at the 1992 Constitution's framework and say that the framework was intended to do something around how we create or we avoid the recurrent fiscal instability points and weaknesses within our public finance governance regime consistently, and ask ourselves whether or not we've been able to achieve that. In this regard, they make 6 key proposals as to how they propose going forward to deal with the problem. In fact, one of the things that Democracy Hub had presented to the committee was we're asking even for us to go to referendum whenever the government decides to go to IMF again, because the people must be involved, and the mechanism that was set up for Parliament to watch over debt had not been achieved. But this is what the committee was saying. They're making proposals, one about the requirements to treat tax exemptions to re-characterize them as tax expenditures, which must be subject to clear annual ceilings and public reporting mechanisms. And I can get a little bit into each of these 6 when I've given a summary of them. The second thing that we're talking about is how we deal with internally generated funds and the need, and particularly in terms of earmarked statutory funds as well. The regime that governs is considering that the vast majority of public resources sit outside the government's accounting system and are managed by public institutions without any framework to guide them. The third thing that they take into account is the Controller and Accountant General's department, where they're asking that it now become like a constitutionally recognized fiscal gatekeeper, which will be responsible for approving withdrawals and commitments from public funds. Fourthly, they're saying that there's a need for a medium-term economic framework which will be approved by Parliament even before the annual budget is considered, which would have stronger disclosure obligations around public debt and contingent liabilities. They're also asking for Parliament to review, as a fifth point, how we get into international business transactions under Article 181 of the Constitution. And they did a lot of talking to SKB Asante to go into their thinking as to how we introduce that provision regarding Parliament to approve international business transactions and what history. And if you know SKB Asante himself, who has worked with the Bretton Woods system, recognized this as a developing country problem. And so that was introduced into the 1992 Constitution. And then finally, they're asking for tighter constitutional safeguards around how the Bank of Ghana may provide direct financing to governments. Again, this was something that was a campaign issue, even for the NDC, going into the election around the printing of money more generally. So as we are talking about returning to the debt market, it is important that we think again as to whether or not a lot of these things have been spelled out in a way in which ensures, and not only on, and I don't doubt Felix's commitment or the government's commitment to be able to manage the debt problem. The question is that it should not be left to political discretion alone. This is a constitutional, and Ghanaians are interested in it.
Right.
What are the prior commitments we are making to Ghanaians regarding how we are going to do? Let's have that prior conversation first before we jump back into the market. Like we started first for talking about, the pressures that is going to happen from the ongoing war on the money that we're expecting from gold exports. And we know that it's going to be liquidity pressure. So the government is definitely, before the year, 100% going to go back into the market. There's no doubt about it. Even though Felix says that, it's not said that it's going to do that, it's just saying that we are able to. We know they're going to do it. So the Cohesive Member Report is saying that, okay, let's take the question of tax exemptions. What has been happening so far is that we have treated these things as isolated concessions and waivers that we are doing without a clear sense as how it ties into the broader fiscal governance architecture of the country. So to avoid this, they are proposing that at the beginning of the year, there's a clear roadmap that is laid out that shows us what is the tax cost as to the proposed tax waivers that the government, or tax exemptions that the government is thinking about. How do we make it more predictable and also ensure that we don't go outside the framework no matter what happens within the fiscal year? Then they're also saying that when you think about Parliament's role in terms of managing the public purse, we have overly focused on the consolidated fund, that we have not gone beyond the consolidated fund to look at the internally generated funds. And so for so many of these institutions, there's so much discretion on how they are going to spend those internally generated funds. They see it as their own institutional petty cash that they can do so much with without the government having any say in them. So the committee is saying that it is important that Parliament passes legislation to say, one, this is the percentage of the internally generated fund that you may use and how much you have to return back into the public purse. Two, when you design your own budget for the year, it needs to be clearer what percentage of that is funded from the internally generated funds, and so that there are no deviations from how you intend to use the funds, and that is not subject to only your discretion as we go along within the fiscal year. Then the question of withdrawals from the public funds in terms of how we are able to pay, one, the statutory earmark funds, which are often delayed. There's no timeline for it. We don't know when it is happening. Government overcommits itself in terms of even its tax loan repayments and things like that. That let the Controlling Accountant Generals move from being a department of the Ministry of Finance to become a constitutional body. So if, for instance, the auditing framework is constitutionalized with an Auditor General, so the chief accountant then also becomes a constitutional body that manages approvals of money that is coming in and going out at every point in time in terms of how they conceptualize the framework.
All right.
Then on the question of where liabilities sit, you know, one of the things which is quite interesting when you look at what's happening with Cocoa Board is that, you know, there's a meeting of cabinet, they decide that, okay, this amount of money that is sit on your books, we are moving into this books, we are moving into that books. That mechanism that has been used in the past to hide, you know, the full extent of our public debt system, that government is then able to borrow, needs to be, is something that Parliament needs to control better.
Right.
And we have to put in place a mechanism for it. And one of the mechanisms they're thinking about is the medium-term economic framework that is supposed to be aligned with, along with now the statutorily introduced independent fiscal council that is supposed to have a broader role in terms of how we manage this, and it's not only left to political discretion.
Right.
So I've seen, for instance, that CLOSAC has come out and arguing against the constitutional elevation of the Controlling Accountant General's department. And of course, I'm confused as to why. But this is one of the things about constitutional reforms that we commit to, that it's a constitution, it's an architecture. So that when you take a question of our debt, you are redesigning the entire architecture, and all of them have to fit into each other as a single piece to be able to make sense in how we govern our debt and how we govern conversations about our going into the bond market, our going into foreign bond. And I think, Professor Bokpin has also talked about, okay, are foreign investors also allowed into this? Is it only going to be the domestic investors? All this conversation needs to be front-loaded and not after should we be having that conversation.
Interesting. So as you spoke about the recommendations in the Constitution Review, I just went to some of the specific paragraphs about borrowing and public debt, the ceiling and all that is required and what the committee wishes. From where you sit, so I've heard people speak and I can tell that they haven't read the document, they haven't understood what H. Kwesi Prempeh and his team got to do for this country. And so they are not too sure what ought to be done. And yet you hear some of them speak very categorically. I heard somebody say it did nothing about the public finances. They did nothing about it. And I'm like, oh, really? You haven't read. So maybe you just need to take time to read. Do you think that if these recommendations were implemented quickly, what sort of relief will it bring to the Ghanaian, the poor person?
If you allow me, I'll talk about the first part of the question about people who haven't read. And this is one of the things I was cautioning the committee about releasing the abridged recommendations only. Because so far, still now, the government has failed to release the full report into the public for people to be better informed as to the context of the recommendations which have been made. And I think that I'm hoping that the government can prioritize it at least in this Ghana month or the week of the independence, because it's a real conversation started about how we organize the country. Now, in terms of the host of recommendations...
We don't like to read, 600 plus, who is going to read? You know, we always talk about the job that you guys did under Professor Akufo-Addo's commission. 1,000 pages. You have no idea only how many Ghanaians have read it.
No, I completely agree. I mean, even when it's abridged and summarized into 3 pages, you can be sure that even shorter articles on Bryce Simmons' website are not being read. So I don't have any hope. But at least in terms of public intellectuals and folks who are engaged in this conversation, I think that it is unforgivable to join the public conversation without an attempt to sit down and understand the context and the findings that underlie the recommendations that have been made. Now, broadly, one of the things that I am crucial about the report that has been made is a concern about the people we are leaving behind. You know, it's funny even my use of the word, because they actually have a chapter which says leaving no one behind. Because what they are saying is that we have created a democracy which is concentrated among the elite, and there's an elite consensus that this democracy works for us. But the vast majority of people in this country are completely checked out of it, because one, it is not producing the economic and fiscal mechanism that would to lead to their well-being. And the 1992 Constitution itself warns against that when it says the most secure democracy is the one that anticipates the needs of the people and provides for them.
It says the basic needs.
The basic necessities. So the committee took this as its creed and said that, how do we ensure that government is not so disconnected, that the decisions that are made are so calculated and so constrained in a way that they produce the best outcomes for the people more generally? Now, if most people would be able to sit down and go through this document, I think that they'll be so outraged that nobody will want to hear anything from any politician other than we need constitutional reforms today and we need it urgently and now.
All right.
We need to fix the ground rules in order to better secure the democracy. I have no doubt about the good intentions of our politicians when they sit and talk to us, but history has shown us that consistently, those good intentions do not produce the kind of results that we want them to. It is only by providence that we have a constitution that says that we cannot have a one-party state. If not, our history in the country has shown us that politicians have gone there and told us that that is the only way in which they can better secure life for us. So constitutions work to keep politicians in check. Right. I think that is important to prioritize the reform.
Thank you very much, Oliver Bakavomo. And okay, so I think it's time again for me to return to those who pay for the show, and then we will then return a matter that may also, bother on the economy about the mass dismissals that happen, and the minority has been very, very unhappy about those dismissals. Now, a committee was set up, the committee finished its job, and Felix has been updating us on that. But I think, yes, I'd rather take the break and return, because I see you've written a lot you want to respond. Once you do, Kabiru will also say he wants to. But there's something that's happening rather very beautifully without all of you knowing. I don't think you did. All of you did 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't have to struggle to get you to stop on the 10th minute. It's a bit of Bright and Oliver who have taken us to about 11 minutes. We'll be right back.
I just have stayed disciplined.
Yes.
Still, Misaka, and Nemum was a summer brabo, and it can afford Swabrabo.
Misaka pensions, Caro.
Misaka order Sika.
Misaka insurance.
Misaka loan.
Momo Fogusuri echumaden, the aboye nyina ye sika ho ban. Se MTN ana momo jumayeni befrewa or the 0244 300,000 ene befrew. Na numpo orin bitsaw one time password ana se upin code enti wonso ye wa femu die na ma weni na ho na wonsa enka omo.
To Malcolm, where shopping is a musical experience for all generations. Granny's Let's Roll It Back.
Malcolm got now we did for you. Malcolm's got it all for me. Life made so easy, lemon squeezy, shopping made easy. Sometimes money day, sometimes some way out of budget. Malcolm sees the price is right.
The price is right.
The price is nice.
The price is nice.
Fresh with the vibes, unbeatable. Do the price they fly.
Do the price they fly.
Your number one stop shop, number one. Your number one stop shop, Malcolm. Malcolm got now we did for you. Malcolm's got it all for me and you.
No matter the generation you belong to, Malcolm is where Ghana shops.
Bring back home the
experience. Bring home the experience.
Number 1 from here, 2 and 3 from here, 5 and 6 from here. For now. Yay. Now I have the number 7, 8, and the number 9.
You need number 10.
Please, I can't eat anymore.
I mean, number 10, liver salt.
The effective liver salt for the relief of stomach upset, heartburn, hyperacidity, and indigestion.
Would you like to try number 11?
What?
Number 10 liver salt. Refreshing relief fast. Manufactured and distributed by Ernest Chemists Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
The Ashesi advantage.
The Ashesi advantage.
The Ashesi advantage.
The Ashesi advantage to me is one of helping people to step outside the immediate surroundings to see a big picture.
I think that the Ashesi advantage has to do with the fact that no matter where you find yourself, you are able to stand out.
One thing that helped me take up entrepreneurship was because I had been at Ashesi. The culture had encouraged us to pursue passions. The culture had encouraged us to solve problems for Africa.
Over the years, I've seen Ashesi grow into a more trusted brand that is recognized across the globe.
I think the highlight of my experience in Ashesi was its ability to impact the spirit of empathy or a sense of responsibility to people less privileged than myself.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Like it or not, politics is like a necessary evil.
Mr. President, at what point in your political career or life did you think you'd be president?
There tends to be ambition that drives politics, career in it. And so I got in young.
What was your darkest moment as a president?
I don't want to talk about that.
It'll be a good time to talk about corruption.
I've thought of corruption. And I identified two major sources of it. One is the poor remuneration system. A whole police officer, say superintendents, and they get take-home pays of beyond 5,000 Ghana cedis a month. Yeah. And these are people who are sort of upholding law and order in our systems.
Committee's work spanned 21st March 2025 to 30th April 2025. It received 43 reports from institutions and individual petitioners. Of the 43 institutions, 36 appeared before the committee. At the end of its work, the committee made the following findings. 1. Of the 36 institutions that appeared before it, 28 had commenced the recruitment processes before the 7th December elections. 2, a total of 13 institutions revoked appointments made in a response to the 7th of December 2024 Revocation Directive. 17 institutions did not revoke their appointments but sought guidance from the Office of the President. 16 of the cases reported by the institutions were mainly payroll related. In total, there were 2,080 recruitments, appointments, and promotions that were reported by institutions when they appeared before the committee. Now, out of the 2,080 recruitments, appointments, and promotions, 879 were revoked by the institutions themselves, while 1,201 appointments were left unrevoked. After the hearings, the committee recommended that 1,539 of the recruitments, appointments, and promotions be upheld because they complied with the prescribed recruitment and promotion procedures and received appointment letters before 7 December 2024. And this also implies that they achieved a pass mark of above 80%. The committee recommended, however, that the recruitments, appointments, and promotions of 541 persons be revoked because the recruitment processes ended after 7 December 2024 and failed to meet the pass mark. In other words, they also did not comply with the processes and guidelines slated or designed to govern that process. Also, the number of recruitments, appointments, and promotions recommended for revocation by the committee was lower than the number that the institutions themselves revoked in the wake of the Chief of Staff's directive. As I indicated, the number was 879 in all. That's the number of recruitments, promotions, and appointments that were revoked. Now, this differential is because the committee paid special attention to vulnerable groups, including persons with disabilities, particularly within the Ghana Education Service. There were some of our compatriots who suffered some disability, but we found that their recruitments should be revoked because it did not comply with the laid down process. But because of their peculiar situation and the hardship that could be imposed upon them if we were to enforce this directive, they were given some clemency, and therefore they have been allowed to regularize their processes in order that they stay within the public service and earn an income.
The terms of reference for the committee, number one, that they were to determine whether the prescribed procedures for recruitment and promotions were followed in the recruitment and promotions made after 7 December 2024. Establish the dates on which the process leading to these recruitments and promotions commenced and ended. 3, identify and categorize recruitments and promotions that complied with the stipulated procedures and those that did not. And 4, provide case-by-case recommendations for government's consideration. Why did this committee become necessary?
I think that the committee was a reflection of government desire to be fair and not to impose undue hardship on persons who had not committed any offense. What had happened, Samson, I'm sure you followed the post-election transition closely. So on the very first day of our first meeting, it came to light that some significant recruitments were happening in the aftermath of the elections. And also some significant monies were being paid to government contractors and other creditors. So the incoming government side of the transition requested a note because of the time frame within which it was being done and the implications that it will have for government's finances when we take over. It was fair that the government side share this with us and allow us to review it together so that we know exactly where things stand. Now, this was rebuffed despite our entreaty. So you recall that on 17 December 2024, I issued a statement on behalf of the incoming government side of transition, indicating that we were going to review these processes and look into them to ensure that they complied with due process. True to that, in February 2025, the Chief of Staff issued a directive that all those who were recruited within that period should have their appointments revoked pending investigations. Shortly after that, we also received a significant number of petitions from people who said that, as far as they were concerned, they had gone through due process to be employed, and yet they had been affected by this directive. So the Chief of Staff set up what he called a revocation committee, made up of representatives from government, organized labor, and other important stakeholders. You read out the terms of reference, so there's no point belaboring it. Now, in order to determine whether an employment, recruitment, promotion, or appointment was lawful, about 8 to 9 steps should have been followed. The first is that there should be evidence that the vacancy was declared. The vacancy was declared for everybody to know that there was such a vacancy. Number 2, it should be advertised in daily newspapers and other media. Number 3, there should be an approved scheme of service which determines who does what and what the organization structure looks like. We should have what we call technical clearance. Then financial clearance, which means that government should be in a position to pay, or government should indicate its readiness to pay the person once employed. Then there should be an interview, some screening or vetting process to determine the suitability of the individuals for employment. And then you are issued an appointment letter if you are successful, and then you indicate your acceptance. In some instances, if you had already been employed, you can show a pay slip. That is if you started receiving payment before the work of the committee. So in all, about 36 organizations appeared before the committee. Together, they showed that they had revoked the appointment of 2,080 people. So the committee looked at each case with a fine comb, went through it, and found that 1,201 of such cases should be reinstated because they went through due process. They met all these requirements. Indeed, what the committee said was that if you met 80% of these 8 to 9 requirements that I've just highlighted, you could be given a pass to continue. So it is possible that they may not have declared a vacancy, or that it would not have been advertised. But at the very least, there was financial clearance, there was technical clearance, you went through some vetting process. So 80% of it is fine. Those who did not meet this threshold were the ones whose appointments were revoked. In all, like I said, 879 should have been affected, but we had to give some special consideration to persons living with disability who were predominantly in the education sector, in order that, because of their peculiar circumstances, they do not suffer. And then 534 or so were asked or had their appointments revoked. So this essentially is what it is. It is a reflection of government's desire to be fair and principled. Again, let me indicate that this was not done with malice. It had no political motive whatsoever, because indeed we could not even determine the political collaboration of any individual. Nobody requested that anybody show where they belong in terms of the political divide. But it is necessary that we do the right things. In fact, I recall that in the 2017 transition, the MPP side, in fact, demanded similar regard. I recall Mr. Osafo, who chaired the aside of the transition team, insisting that all payments should be put on hold and that no such recruitment should be done. When we requested him, we were told that the government's mandate did not end with the election. That is true. But given that the transition period is so short and an incoming government was coming in, and that recruiting people has an impact on the wage bill, which the incoming government has to foot, it is necessary that this is done transparently and that we know what is happening. So perhaps going forward, we should incorporate this in our arrangements to make sure that we don't go on this route. It does not help. What you need to do is to indicate it in your transition note that we started the process. This is where we are. This is the criteria that has been set. This is the number of people who have applied. And this is the process that we've gone through up to this stage. What do you make of it? Or you may want to continue. Because mind you, the incoming government comes with its own priorities, its own set of, its own agenda, and its own set of expenditure patterns that it believes will help prosecute the very commitments that it has made to the people of Ghana. So for me, in a nutshell, this is what it is. A straightforward, fair, just process that has been undertaken to uphold the rule of law. The
time of the completion of the job or the release of the committee's work appears to coincide with a decision of the Labour Division of the High Court, where even though the conclusion was a consent judgment in respect of the Ghana Maritime Authority, where some people who suffered this had, been sort of reinstated, about 9 of them, as we understand. Is this intended, because we know many of them had taken the matter to court, Is this intended to preempt?
Oh, not at all. There have been legitimate public inquiries about the state of that investigation, the state of that committee. So indeed, I have received many in my capacity as a Minister of State for Government Communications. And at some point, we're always going to go to the public with the findings. That was all it was intended to do anyway. It's also imperative that people are not kept in abeyance. People are not kept in suspense, because this is about people's livelihoods.
That's right.
People look forward to obtaining employment so that they can earn income. You cannot keep them perpetually in the state of abeyance.
Right.
Again, as for that, people will go to court. It is their right to do so. If you feel aggrieved by any act of government, any act of any state agency, you are free to go to court. Once the court rules one way or the other, government has no option than to comply with it, unless, of course, we have strong basis to believe that we can seek judicial review of that. Let me also clarify, because since I presented the report, these questions have come in. People have sought to find out, so what will happen after this? What will simply happen is that the organizations that are concerned will write to the individuals concerned, both those who have been reinstated and those whose appointments have been revoked, telling them clearly why it is so. If anybody feels aggrieved, they are always allowed to seek redress elsewhere. And once a binding ruling is made, government will be bound by it and act accordingly.
All right. What is the minority talking about now? Feeling some vindication that you were saying these things were wrong in the first place? Is that the conversation you are having? Or you are being practical about it, being sincere about it, and say some of them were unwarranted? You wait till the last minute, you are moving out, and then you try to saddle an organization with a number of employees. There's no budget lines for them. And we've seen, for example, teachers go on demonstration that they've not been paid for a year. And we are also being told, but there was never a budget for this.
Yeah, so the position of the minority has been clear that we do not in any way support impropriety. That if processes leading to recruitment of persons were found to be inappropriate, we cannot be seen in the spirit of the laws of the country to be supporting, quote unquote, any illegality, especially so when said recruitment process is supposed to be open, transparent, to give every Ghanaian an opportunity to be recruited. However, we were fortified in our position because we were of the view, and as events have come to vindicate us, that the whole directive was wrong. It was self-inflicted, and then the chaos that it threw these particular supposed employees or young Ghanaians into was unwarranted, because you could have even achieved the same objective without necessarily issuing a directive in the brazen manner in which it was done, showing a complete use of government power to show that, okay, we will do as we like. But let me first and foremost note that the outcome of the committee's report, if it's what Mr. Felix has told us, is what transpired. To a great extent, I would say it is fair that people were given opportunity to be heard. Those people made their case before the committee assessed the criteria and came to a very transparent and a very acceptable determination of the issue. So to that extent, I'll commend the committee. But to start with, it was not necessary. They could have actually achieved the same objective without necessarily going for. You see the cost of what they have done? Apart from saving the country of some 500 people, they have also allowing some 1,204 persons or more to sit down at home without doing anything, and they're going to get salary for 1 year. That's the meaning of it. You see, but these people could have been contributing to the national economy. They could have been contributing to the workforce whilst these processes are going. And if it's found out that it is legitimate for the period that he has worked for, you could have, even if the employment was illegitimate, probably, you could have actually demanded that the basis for the employment was not good, so you're not entitled to anything. Those parameters could have been determined. So I think that this should be a lesson to all of us, politicians, that when you get power and you feel that there's something wrong with recruitment, they feel that there's something wrong with any sector of the country, that after elections, people are rushing and scrambling to take certain positions and to take certain resources of the country, that you feel stronger about it. You must do that within the laid down procedure, mindful of the fact that any decision you are going to take is going to incur a cost, or there's going to be a cost element to the state. In any case, I want to note that the minister is clear with us today that only some 534 or some 541, about 541 people have not got their jobs back. And the criteria or the reason why they've not gotten their jobs back is because these processes commence after December 7th, 2024. That's the end. And also because they didn't follow the lay-down processes for recruitment.
Exactly.
This is the only criteria that will make anyone not qualified to be called back or to be reinstated. And I think that this brings clarity to everyone out there who is still of the view that my appointment is terminated. For all those who had their appointment letter before December 7th, means that they are automatically qualified or reinstated to the extent that they follow the lay-down processes. But it's clear that it is only those who got their appointment after December 7th, and then they did
not show evidence where there's no evidence of a declaration of a vacancy. There is no copy of an advertisement. There's no evidence of advertisement of the vacancy.
Yes.
There is no evidence of approved scheme for the service. There's no evidence of technical clearance. There's no evidence of financial clearance or evidence of interview or an appointment letter or an acceptance letter.
Let me clarify, just for the benefit of I'm sorry that I have to interject. There are those also whose processes started before December 7th, but did not conclude before December 7th. For instance, you know that financial clearance takes a bit of time to get. So when they got to the financial clearance stage, it dragged. You cannot fault them for the delay. Those two were considered to be legitimate and were reinstated. But it is those whose processes started after December 7th. Or who did not go through due process, no matter when the process started, who have been affected. But this has been done to correct a systemic problem.
Yeah. So that even if the process started after December 7th, and there is evidence of a declaration of a vacancy,
there's evidence that due process,
there is advertisement of the vacancy and all.
Indeed, that is what we were asking for.
All right.
We're never saying that you cannot employ after December, but don't rush it and circumvent lay-down rules simply because. All right. That you are living a Scotch.
Okay.
Yeah. So there is.
I was thinking that the other side of the caution that you may want to give to people in public office, and I'm talking to Doc, will be that always comply with due process, especially when you are doing this at the last minute. You've lost power, and suddenly the people you couldn't find jobs for, you are trying to find jobs for them before you exit.
Yes. I mean, I agree that. The fact that 2,200 people went through the process vindicate the point that the picture they were creating about this whole issue was wrong. Because they created a picture that every single person of the 2,000 persons were actually recruited without following due process. And I think that once you create that picture, it becomes political. And people will find way back before elections. And in 2025, when I can make reference to the health insurance, they came to office and they terminated such appointments. Were those appointments part of the general 2,000? In any case, but those who the institution themselves have issued a termination letter to that effect, are they also now going to issue reinstatement, withdrawing their previous letter, terminating their appointments? Because these are not even, those were even period way before the election.
You are suggesting that there are people who are affected who are not part of the 2008 or so that went through the investigation, 2080 that went through the investigation. Is that your suggestion?
Yes, I'm saying that there were some persons who were not employed even in December. They got their employment.
I got that.
Yes.
I got that. But all I wanted to establish is that this committee looked at 2,080 recruitments. Appointments and promotions, right? And out of that number, 1,539 have sailed through.
Yes.
It is only 541 who have suffered a revocation.
Yeah, so what problem?
It is 1,201 who met the criteria. The 338 was just because of their status.
That one must be it's assumptions who are probably to determine the time frame they use, whether they included November.
No, November. Again, if I may clarify for the benefit of Kabiru, the Chief of Staff's directive said any sort of employment after 7th December.
Good.
But I indicated that after that directive went out, we received petitions from persons who said that
over 40 petitions.
Their appointments predated 7th December, yet they have been affected. That is why the chief of staff actually set up the committee, so that people do not act with impunity and victimize others unfairly.
All right.
That is all that this committee.
So you see, there is the minority. That means the minority concern is still legitimate, and that this report has not finally addressed that.
Which one?
Because there were some people whose appointments were withdrawn, and they were even in excess of the directive of the chief of staff. We drew attention of the country to that.
Yeah, so any directive that has come to the attention of the committee has been dealt with.
No,
unless of course it hasn't come.
No. So that's the point I'm making. I'm making the point that the terms of reference of the committee was the fact that any appointment that was done, say in December.
Yes.
And I know for a fact that people were employed in November when this directive was issued. CEOs and MDs of the various MMDAs that were affected in this particular program actually issued termination letters to people, relying on the chief of staff's directive. And we even drew the attention to the fact that, look, you are going in excess of the chief of staff's directive.
Yeah, Fiyamaki has been stating
has been saying that.
So if that has happened, it is most likely to have been corrected by this exercise.
Well,
but of course, let me also indicate that if there is anybody like that who has suffered unfairly and who believes that their appointment predated December 7th, who has not heard from the institutions or this one, they can bring it to the attention of government.
Well, so I'm happy with the assurance, given that they can, and I will be very, about qualification and so forth, and the minority in general is helping solve this thing. We would bring that to your attention. But you see, that until that happens, we are still having some challenge. And let me come to the 500 people. Look, with the greatest respect, minority will never support any person who is employed when the freedom processes have not been followed. But can the committee probably get us to know that those institutions involved in this particular, so in the interest of transparency or in the interest of full disclosure, we know the respective institutions that actually went beyond trying to recruit those persons when elections had been declared. In any case, there's nothing wrong with recruiting people after the end of election, because the institution going concern, the institution will go beyond the political power. The politician.
So there's a list of 36, institutions.
I listed all of them.
Yes, that was given. So it's already out there.
No, the list of 36 institutions are those who appeared.
Yes.
As he said.
Exactly.
But of those who appeared, out of the 36, which of them were disqualified? We don't, based on the basis of this particular criteria, because they are institutional recruitment. Mm-hmm. And it's not the individual who is initiating the recruitment.
Your question is that for the revocations,
exactly,
we should ask.
Let me just conclude on this point that, look, the lesson we are learning is that government should not do things in a manner just because there's a change in power. You are trying to put people into the payroll without necessary approval. That's the first thing. The second most important lesson is the characterization of such recruitment as unlawful, and then the decision to proceed on that basis to terminate them. And that decision by the government to terminate this contract has caused the nation losses. And I think that these losses that it is causing us could have been avoided by the fact that the government could have decided to hold on with the process, institute inquiry, and tell that those people report to whereby when we've determined at the end of the day that your appointment was unlawful, we terminate it. And I think that was been the decent, the conduct with which they would have done it would have been.
All right.
So our position is that, look,
from where you sit, this committee should have preceded the dismissals.
Exactly.
Okay. A couple of messages here. Someone says that my niece was appointed in September, had received her salary for September, October, November, and in December, but was sacked in January 2025. So it's not true that those sacked were employed after 7th December. Okay, so there's a miscommunication. You are not getting.
You will call some of them back. So
exactly. Right. So those who have been found to have gone through due process, what Felix says is that they will receive, notifications to resume work. Those who have also been terminated will receive notifications to that effect.
And as of today, there's no information as to whether they have issued those notifications or not. So
the institutions will issue that, as far as I know.
Yeah, but they have not done that.
But let me also stress that if there's anybody who, within a certain reasonable period of time, does not receive information from the institution regarding whether they've been reinstated or revoked, they can always draw government's attention. It will be looked into. And then, to the extent that what they are saying is true, it will be undone. Yes.
How do they go about that? Drawing
Also, you can write to the Chief of Staff's office. You can write to the respective sector minister.
Okay.
Then it will be, or you can even write to the institution again to ensure that you bring it to their attention.
This one says, concerning Felix's Meet the Press about those appointments that were upheld and revoked, there is one question people want to ask. How does anyone who got affected check or know whether they belong to those whose appointment got revoked or upheld? Can we have Felix give further detail? Okay, so this has been answered even...
The last issue that probably I would want, maybe we are learning, but you see, all these things are happening to right.
Oliver is waiting to speak
just because Felix had issued statement in the past to the effect that appointment after December 7th cannot be unlawful. When President Mahama made certain appointment after the election.
No, but those are not unlawful. So that's unlawful.
No,
you can say that
any appointment after 7 December cannot be unlawful. The only unlawful part is the due process.
Yes,
exactly.
And that's the point. I
stated that.
Yeah, I think that's the point that we need to. But because there's a precedent to create a sense that any government that does employment or initiate employment after December 7th is unlawful, we should correct that.
And then also, I think that it is fair that the incoming government is made aware and apprised of the status of these things because it is important for planning.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
That essentially is a government.
Well, let me move to Oliver, but someone also had a question for Felix about the CRC report, Professor H.K.C. Prempe Committee report. She wants to know.
So there's an implementation committee. I think the membership has even been determined, but we are just tying up a few loose ends. So very soon it will be announced and they will start working.
Okay. You are.
You know that because it is a committee, there will not be any white paper. But government will state a position on what it accepts, what it disagrees with, and what government thinks should be done. Then the committee will be announced to start implementing the recommendations. Those ones that government agrees with. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, Oliver, what do you make of these matters, particularly that seeing that you've been in court trying to, assert the case for people who have also seen themselves in such circumstances?
I think now my philosophy now is that when in doubt, look at the Kwesi Prempe report, to be honest. Because as Felix said, this is something which is, systemic and has continued to be developed our politics for a while. One of the things that they looked into was the question of whether or not there's any constitutional evidence of other countries which have faced similar problems as us and how have they dealt with it. So they look at, for instance, the Philippines, and it saw that in Philippines, 2 months before the presidential elections, the presidency or the government cannot make any appointments for 2 months. The only exception is that where it is necessary to prevent serious disruption to the public service. And those cases are very limited as to when appointments can be made. They also look at the Kenyan constitution, which goes even a bit further. And from when voting starts to the next president assumes office, you cannot make any major appointments, including judges, ministers, or anybody exercising executive powers. Even the granting of pardons or national honors cannot be made after the vote has occurred. So they have looked at this. They knew that these issues have come up in context of our transitions and also made recommendations in that regard, where they are saying that we should also institute a similar constitutional mechanisms where once the transition period begins after the election, there will be no appointment or offer of appointment to a public office if that appointment extends into the next administration. So what that means is that if the presidency or any organization needs to make a short-term appointment for the next month, then that's fine because it doesn't extend into the next administration issue. However, where there are questions about it extending or there's new contracts or wage increases or certain financial commitments, then it will only be valid if it is in line with the current year's appropriations. If there's no appropriation mechanism for it within that year, it will not be valid. It is void ab initio. They're also prohibiting the sale of public lands and public assets during the transition period. So it's mopping up some of the historic concerns that people have had about we typically see that happens across the board. And I think that provides us a framework for also reviewing the Presidential Transitions Act regarding how we deal with this problem. But there's something which is important also that while we're having this conversation, we must bear in mind. The vast majority of these situations affect young people. And for me, I do not care whether or not they belong to Party A or Party Z. Young people have to be treated fairly in terms of how we we avoid these political baskets and playing with them. Their lives are stakes. There are people who have ordered their lives in a particular way. Some travel, hire, rent apartments and things like that in anticipation of employment. They need to be treated better and within a predictable framework. And I hope that legislation and constitutional reform can provide that predictable framework with how we deal with these things going forward.
You know, we had to do a transition act to sort of get the politicians or the political leadership not to do certain things. Now, by the Constitution Review Committee's recommendations, we are going to constitutionalize, the prohibition of some of these appointments or employments in the dying days of a regime. Do you think that we have been told that in this country we have good laws? The problem has to do with the implementation. Do you think that will still be a challenge?
I hear that often. I do think that a lot of the times the reason why enforcement becomes a problem, and we haven't theorized or created think tanks to think about the implementation gap of our laws. A lot of this happens where the laws permit discretion. And sometimes discretion is inevitable because you're hoping that the circumstances of the situation would allow flexibility. But it is in those margins where we are the most abusive of law. What we're always looking for is black letter. If it says no, then we say, okay, fine. Then we have to. And it's almost like treating the political class as if, excuse my language, as if they are children, where it's like, we can't trust your judgment. We can't even give you the basic margin of error to be able to act in good faith. That constantly we have to then create these mechanisms of blanket yes or no scenarios, because outside of that, there's always an opportunity to abuse. And I think that sometimes when the problem becomes so systemic and endemic, it becomes the only way out of it, that the clarity of our rules are important. We see the same thing happens in terms of implementation of whether it is natural resource, mining concessions, any part of our law. Anytime we have set an institution in place, we then create a ministerial discretion on top of that framework. And that ministerial discretion then consistently leads to abuse. And this is something which we haven't gone back to revisit our drafting guides to think about the implementation problems of laws more generally. We haven't thought about how we insulate and how we use Article 296 framework to better bolster the exercise of discretion. So because of that, the administrative state itself is not better thought through, it's not better rationalized in order to prevent abuses. Now, I have come to accept that we have a political class that needs red means red. If you go and put a yellow light there, people are going to drive through the yellow light. So if it is red, it is red. If it is green, it is green.
Right.
Perhaps we have peace of mind in that context.
Right. So on that note, I like to go over the recommendations that the Constitution Review Committee made in respect of, post-election appointments. And for those of us who haven't found time to read the document, please read it. It's very important so that it guides some of our commentaries sometimes where we say things that are right in there, but because we have not read, we seem to suggest that nothing has been done about it. Something has. Now, we as the people must tax this government and ensure that they implement this. Make sure that the recommendations are passed into either by Parliament or through a referendum. At 1.94, the committee recommended that, I read, the committee recommends an amendment to Chapter 8 of the Constitution by the introduction of a new provision to forbid or prevent the taking of certain specified actions by the president or a member of his or her government or administration within the transition period commencing from the date of presidential election to the date of the assumption of office of the next president as follows. A, no appointment, nomination, or offer of employment to a public office may be made or extended to any person, the term of which would extend into the next administration. B, no new contracts or commitment, including a salary or wage increase, may be granted or offered that is not allowed that is not already approved in the current year's appropriations. C, no transaction for the sale or purchase into or purported to be entered into in violation of any of the above provisions shall be deemed to be void and would impose no obligation on the state in favor of any third party. This is how clear you want it to be, right, Oliver?
Absolutely. The thing have been even more clearer in connection with this issue. And I do think it will solve it. But the process of governing also brings up so many other issues. And I think that my hope is that at the end of the constitutional process, and the committee that is being put in place, its mandate will extend beyond not only translating the recommendations into constitutional reform, but also the post-constitutional adoption audit. Because so many of our laws need to be re-audited to realign. And we have to be able to have a categorical look at this. We haven't done this in the past. Even when we adopted the 1992 Constitution, we just gave validity to the range of PNDC laws and SMCD decrees and so many of them that should have been reviewed to be able to determine their continued constitutional compliance. This is something that I think maybe the Law Reform Commission even can take on to be able to determine, with the new reforms that have come into place, what the body of all our laws need to change, and particularly how do we reconceptualize ministerial and executive discretion going forward.
Thank you very much. And this is where we draw the curtains on this particular subject. I'll take a next break and return to the issue of parliamentarians. Should they be riding in 4x4s or we should give them bicycles? You remember Ras Mubarak riding the bicycle to Parliament and getting so much support for it. But Felix, you said if someone was affected and they don't receive a communication or a notice from their institution, they could reach out through to the chief of staff or to the sector minister or write to the institution itself. Okay, because I've got some lawyers who are saying they represent some of these people, but they don't know as yet if their clients are some of those who have received exoneration, because they expect exoneration. Yes. Looking at the criteria that was used by the committee, which Dr. Kabiru admits, any fair-minded person will admit that the process was fair. Yes. And so
we expect that we're doing with...
the communications ministry, St. George issued that termination. Yeah, so people are thinking about all of
Exim Bank.
I know about that situation. For example, there is this particular agency under the Lands and Natural Resources where people were recruited properly back in 2018 and 2019 who also suffered.
Yeah, so if you are affected, like, as I said, just indeed, like I've been at pains to stress all day, the setting up of this commission was triggered by the receipts of such complaints.
All right.
That there has been some unfairness or ill treatment of people, and that people had gone beyond the cutoff point of 7 December. Right. So if you are within that bracket, just send a petition to any of these quarters that I have indicated, and it will be looked into.
Right. Yes. So my guests have been Dr. Kabiru, who is MP for Wale Wale, Felix Kwachio Fosu, who is Government Communications Minister, also Oliver Bakavomawo of the Democracy Hub. Bright Simmons joined us earlier for eye care service provider for 33 plus years. And talking about Ashesi University, please, government needs to pay attention to the road there. It's so terrible, whether it is the time where there is dust or it is raining is very terrible. And the people who live around those places are all complaining. We need to pay attention to that place. My Way Insurance. Dial *165# on MTN to join My Way today. Syntex Tanks is strong, it's tough. Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature. And there's an ongoing promotion. You want to take advantage of it and take some important and refreshing relaxation at Safari Valley Eco Park. Gold Board Jewelry, pure, precious, proudly Ghanaian. Koa Natural Juice, 100% cocoa fruit juice. Malcolm, your #1 shopping destination. Waylead, your trusted home builder. And Bethel Dental, The smile starts here. We will be right back.
Sorry for left.
Hey, you going to screen time?
Let's all join the ride to make our nation great and strong.
Discover Willow Lane in Sakumono, one of Ghana's most prime community. These expertly designed 4-bedroom homes feature a private elevator, 4 ensuite bedrooms, private balconies, walk-in closets, and a gourmet kitchen and a maid's quarters. Perfect for families, executives, investors, and retirees. Our community offers a swimming pool, playground, and 3-tier security for your peace of mind. Experience the ultimate in comfort, convenience, and community here at Willow Lane, Sakumon. Visit waylead.org or call 0240-111119 or 0308-040500 to book your tour today. Waylead, your trusted home builder.
To Malcolm, where shopping is a musical experience for all generations. Granny's Let's Roll It Back.
Malcolm got now we did for you. Malcolm's got it all for me and you. Life made so easy, easy. Lemon squeezy, shopping made easy. Sometimes money day, sometimes some way out of pocket. Malcolm season. The price is right.
The price is right.
The price is nice.
The price is nice.
Fresh with the vibes. Unbeatable. Do the price they fly.
Do the price they fly.
Your number one stop shop, number one. Your number one stop shop, Malcolm. Malcolm got now we did for you. Malcolm's got it all for me and you.
No matter the generation you belong to, Malcolm is where Ghana shops.
Bring back home the experience.
Bring home the experience.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring baby girl. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough. Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Danica. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden products that will last a lifetime. With Fernat Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernat, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernat Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303-966-085 or 055-278-4097. Think wood, think Fernat.
You know and you know, so let's face it. You had me at hello. Hesitation never helps. How could this mean anything else? When all I dream of is your eyes, all I long for is your touch. And darling, something tells me it's enough. You can say that I'm a fool, and I don't know very much, but I think.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It's been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Recently, I listened to some of our senior citizens on GTV talking about MPs being given bicycles, not cars or four-wheel drives. The MPs have no problem with being given bicycles because you have been reducing a lot of load from their heads. Because with a bicycle, you know how far you can reach. But It's because of this missing link between Parliament, the MPs, and our citizens that will inform a very senior person to, on TV, call for bicycles to be given to MPs. And when you want to compare, it says, oh, but in UK, we see the sometimes Prime Minister riding a bicycle. I'm a Ghanaian. I'm a Dagaba people, and I'm asked to behave and act like a British. People get everything wrong. And that is why we have degraded ourselves to the extent that we don't have much value for people to buy. And so we keep on buying what they have, not what we have.
Oliver, have we been trivializing this issue about the transportation for MPs? The two MPs are here, two first-timers, but I don't know, you have also followed this for a while. You and I, we have followed Odikro, and we have lambasted these MPs for taking all the perks, not showing up in the house, and all of that.
Listen, I was unaware of the rich history of the Dagaba people and their use of V8s. I'm only learning that bicycles are to the white man or the British as a V8 is to the Dagao person. It's a very funny thing that the speaker was talking about.
And that's the question. Are we not trivializing it if we suggest that, you know, an MP in the UK rides a bicycle, which is false?
I mean, the truth is that this is an attempt to have a conversation around public expenditure and the trappings of power and the way in which our leaders, including parliamentarians, self-present more generally. So I don't want to debase the conversation into example given that, you know, takes us away from the meat of the conversation and what the issue is. It's a genuine attempt to be able to have a conversation that has been cyclical, that keeps coming back around this loans issues and things like that. Now, if you were to ask me that if I were to see an MP on a bicycle or a motorbike, would that be pleasing to me? The immediate signals to send is that, oh, they are being fiscally conservative, they are worried about the public purse in many instances. But those are, you know, one-off examples that we need to be able to contextualize better. In this particular case, I think there's an issue, and when Felix was talking, he was giving the example of reducing the number of ministers and doing an analogy between $125,000 spent per minister's V8 and how much that is huge savings that the president has not appointed over 100 people as ministers. So meaning that within the political classes of this, an understanding of the cost implications of this. We have 276 MPs. It's a lot of MPs around this. Now, traditionally, the conversation as to whether or not money is given to MPs for being able to acquire vehicles were, were loans or were grants or concessionary loans. These conversations are conversations we've had consistently and over the time. Whether or not there should be a basket of vehicles that are available to the parliamentary pool that are then assigned and then returned back to the state, for which reason then we would then be able to maintain them and not then get into this habit that every new parliament must then get loans at the expense of the state. It's a holistic conversation about how much we are managing to be able to finance the activities of the co-equal branches of government. Whether or not the same courtesies are extended to judges, or whether or not they are not within the contemplation and framework. These are our conversations that we can have in a more holistic fashion.
Okay,
but it's also a part of Article 71 itself.
Right, hold your thoughts there. I want to hear from the MPs and then return to you to see if what they say may impact how you see things. So let me begin with Felix.
All right. This is something. Let me say that I fully understand the demand by the public for limited expenses on government as a whole, and the need to be moderate and ensure that we apply resources to the most critical areas. That is well understood. But I think that for many years, MPs have been unfairly criticized, simply because they are given the same tools that other public service holders get to do their work. And something, there's a saying in Akan, that to wait, if the frog had not fallen into warm or boiling water, it would not have realized the differences between the temperatures of water. In the past, I used to join those who used to harangue MPs. But since becoming one, I have noticed that MPs are perhaps the most unfairly treated in the whole governance architecture. You see, MPs, like everybody else, within the three arms of government, provide a public service. They serve people. When you are elected as an MP, everything you do is in furtherance of the interests of the people of Ghana or your constituents. Ministers, we all agree, should be given some facilities in order to be able to do their work. The same for the judiciary. They hardly come up for mention in terms of what it even costs to run the judicial service. But the moment it gets to MPs, a certain attack is launched on them. This is something, let me tell you up front, and I know it because I've experienced it. There is nothing that the MP gets for his old tenure that will come anywhere close to what the MP spends on the people that he's serving. And maybe you may oblige me. One day, just spare me one of your cameras and your cameramen to follow me to the Agyeman-Rawlings constituency for between Friday and Sunday.
Where you are leaving to from here.
Exactly. And come back with the reports. Look, on any given morning, if I happen to be in the constituency, there will be between 200 to 300 people in my house. So I have an office where I sit and run what I call a clinic. So you can sit there for about 6 hours sometimes, listening to specific demands. And you see what happens is that because government is limited in terms of its reach to the people, that void, that chasm that is created, that breach has to be filled by the MP. So unlike other players in the governance architecture, the MP has to meet direct needs. Indeed, my colleague here lamented a few months ago about what it takes him to be able to go around the constituency every weekend. As I sit here, I'm not yet in AAK, but my constituency organizer, Amos, has sent me a tall list of funerals to which I have to donate. The last time I was in AAK, I counted 336 people came to me in the morning with varying degrees of demands. And these are not people who are there to swindle me. They have brought genuine concerns that if I do not address, government will never be able to address it. So they will be condemned to extreme suffering. So when you become an MP, what do you get? Our salaries are analogous to the salaries of ministers. In fact, because I happen to be a minister and an MP, I'm paid by parliament actually. So there's a small top-up that I get as a minister. That is it. And then you are given a car loan. And something, it is a loan, not a gift. In lieu of that, you would have to buy it and give it to me. When I leave it. But it is really the same thing. You know what? Even before you see the car, they start deducting the money. So the money started disappearing from my account since last year. So I've been paying for it even though I have not seen the car yet. And the deductions will continue till the end of the 4-year tenure. Sometimes there is a certain difference. And so you make up for it before you leave. Beyond that, nothing comes. And yet, I am supposed to take care of the thousands of constituents who depend on me in the Agyeman-Rawlings constituency with no subsidy. There is talk about the MP share of the common fund. That is part of the DCAF that the assembly gets. I don't get to see the money. So the most I do is to issue a letter authorizing the DCE to spend this on that project for the people of AAK. The money never comes to me. You understand me? But the impression is created that somehow there are some pots sitting in parliament which MPs get resources from and therefore are much better off. Indeed, there are instances where former MPs come to parliament and they cannot even afford to buy medicines because everything they have, they spend on their constituents. Look, I was in a constituency one day. Everything I had was taken away from me. I had to call my wife to send me 500 cedis to buy food to come to Accra because I had been shaken dry, stripped of everything that I have. But you see, maybe MPs we've not helped ourselves because of the opacity behind which we have operated. We have not opened up enough. People are even afraid to discuss what they earn for fear of public backlash. I can tell you for free, it is equivalent to what ministers earn. And that's it. Unlike ministers who have a duty post vehicle, who get all the accessories that I spoke to you about in the earlier segment, who have some allowance here or some allowance there due to travels or anything. The MP gets nothing. Again, when it comes to the vehicle, something, if it were just a case of leaving my residence in Accra and going to Parliament, before I became MP, I had a car, so I could manage. But you have to take long distance travel, and I take long distance travel. From here to AAK, it's about 160 kilometers. I cannot do that on a bicycle or a motorbike.
I have colleagues who are MPs. I see them in the court when I'm also practicing in the courts as a private practitioner.
Yes.
So they have a job that gives them time to still keep their job. A question Suleimana Isifu is asking us is, Ghanaians wouldn't complain, it's actually a comment, Ghanaians wouldn't complain if MPs show work for the V8s they are giving.
Samson.
We expect more from them, especially holding the executive accountable. If they do that appropriately, it will alleviate the masses and no one will make demands to them as being complained of.
Samson.
They shouldn't take bribes for the work they do as contained in Manasseh's book.
Samson, you see,
okay.
So Kabiru is here. He is an opposition MP. This morning, he has shared his views on government. On any given day, he gets up in Parliament to critique government policy. When the NDC was in opposition, we used to do that. Indeed, there was those days when every day we brought some scandal. It was part of the oversight. When Honorable Ablakwa blew the whistle on the cash for sea scandal, the Franklin Templeton thing, and all the other many things, the fight that the NDC MPs put up to ensure that e-levy didn't get passed, all of that was part of the scrutiny that they were carrying out. In addition to this, there are committee sittings. So when Parliament starts sitting, say midday, and you don't see the chamber full, a majority of MPs would be in committee sittings.
I know an MP who bought a nice Benz car with his allowances from the committee sittings.
It is allowance for work that you do. You understand? And something, I can assure you that it's not possible. Maybe he didn't tell you the full truth. It's not possible. The allowance is so minimal. Again, they talk about work. So only last week I was in AAK, and I'm sure you followed my social media posts. I had to talk about 20 communities within those 2 days. I went to commission about 5 different projects. The previous time I was there, I had to look for 10,000 pieces of furniture to give to 5 secondary schools who didn't have it. So we've wiped out the deficit in furniture for those schools. I'll go again today. I'll do something. I'll go again the next week. I'll do something. And then added to that is the individual demands that people will come and make on it. We need to be fair to the MP. The MP does not get anything that others in the governance architecture get far more. But before I end, let me insist here something. There's nothing that the MP in Ghana gets that comes anywhere close to what they spend personally doing their work on behalf of the people of Ghana.
So what's the incentive? That's the question.
But I beg you, before we go, I've asked myself that question.
Yeah.
And indeed, only last week I was talking to an MPP person who is nursing the ambition. I discouraged him. I told her, look, it is a thankless job. It will drain you. You will not come out better than you went in. So sometimes,
and we have seen people like that.
Oh yes,
who, after they were done, they are worse off.
Yes.
Like I was saying, I was watching this news, and your own good friend Gideon Boako had taken an entire market.
Yes, and was paving it.
You know, and has gone to seek support from NGOs and other places to want to develop an entire market for the people, because that's their basic, very important need.
This government cannot meet, because government doesn't have all the resources at the same time.
Right. You know? So yes, it is true that some of you actually do a lot of work. So why do you think still, in the minds of many Ghanaians, you are getting more than you should get? Why they will talk about, give them a bicycle, it's enough?
Yeah, so the problem is that the MPs haven't lived with the problems, try to live beyond what they can do, including going to borrow to take care of the people.
Yes.
So there is that sense that they are rich. And when you see the problem and it confronts you every day, the president doesn't get to see it. No other arm of the government gets to see the problem.
True.
You are the one seeing the problem. And in order not to let the problem consume the people, you have to find a way of fixing it. The more you fix those problems, the more the mindset is created that the MP is rich. That is just the problem of the MP. Now, the land size of my constituency is more than the whole of Greater Accra region. Walla constituency, in terms of land size, is more than the whole of Greater Accra region. As an MP, you expect me to go and engage them on policies, consult them before I come to Parliament. Can I do that with a bicycle? Can I even do that with a salute?
Like, can you live here to Walwale with a bicycle?
Can I even live here with it? So you see, when we throw these things out and we don't come to the reality, we find ourselves wanting, because if you are the land size of your constituency is more than the whole region, and you are supposed to traverse it and engage with people and seek their consent, not even talk of development.
And you're doing it with a car that is yours.
That is yours.
Because you took a loan for it.
Let me even come to that. Look, there are over 500 CEOs and MDs in the country. MPs are only 276. These CEOs have salary, sometimes even more than members of parliament.
Even more than the president.
They have cars paid by the state and fueled by the state. They have gardeners, they have security. MP buys your car.
They have entertainment allowance.
Yes. You buy your car. You pay your driver. State doesn't give you driver. You have to find a way of paying your driver. The state can only give you security by deploying someone from the Ghana Police Service to assist you. Any other thing, you have to do it by yourself. And so the work of the MP, and I think that, look, we should make full disclosure of what we get.
Yes.
So why do you kill to be MP? That's the question.
So I've always said that, look, if you don't have sense of public duty, you'll be disappointed when to go into politics.
Yeah.
Because I've always argued that, look, if I say this work is not benefiting, and I decide to leave the scene and let someone come, the person who is going to come might either be interested in using the people for business, and the people are going to be worse off. That is one. The person, we don't know the caliber of person who may come, convicts will begin to write because there's leadership vacuum, and they will use the mandate for different purposes. And again, what contribution am I making to the cost of my country? I give myself an example. I was a postgraduate researcher at the Hiroshima University in Japan. My salary there was good salary, but I couldn't make the impact I made on people when I came to the vice president office. I could say that hundreds of people got employment through me by positioning myself and lobbying people to get that work on. Those people wouldn't have had opportunity because of where they are located. We address social inequality by the very essence of being in public service. So when people say, okay, who has forced you into it? The question is that why the pushback question, but why do you don't tell the people that what they are demanding is not legitimate?
Baba Jamal just showed us. He said that as an ambassador, okay, he was getting far more than what an MP will be paid.
Which is true.
And yet he came to do this job and left that particular job.
Now, I will address the
In addition to that, see the expense that he
I'll address the most difficult issue.
Recently, Akufo-Addo, right? She says she spent not less than 8 million Ghana cedis to be able to win. She had to do projects. I know about you. Before you became MP, you had to find money to do projects to get the people to you.
I built hospitals. I renovated hospitals. I built Derba grounds. I built community centers. I extended electricity
in preparation
as an opposition candidate. The reason was that there was a vacuum. The people needed those things. So once they see you as a prominent person who can help, they come to you. You cannot say no.
So let's even take this situation. In a community where there's one rich man, not even politics, the social structure is such that people go to him for their problems to be solved. Now, come to think of someone they have validly elected to be their representative. What kind of pressure is going? The pressure, look, the pressure the MP faces is more than the presence of the president.
Absolutely.
The president has national issues to clear. There's security issues to think about. The budget, even the president can say, I've not budgeted for A, I can't do it. The MP cannot say, I've not budgeted for ABC. Because you live without a budget and you have to work with the people without a budget. So when you look at all this, I even think that, look, we must be bold as members of parliament and as Ghanaians to disclose this so that people, you talk about committees. No committee will you sit in and be able to make money that can buy you a car.
Not possible.
It's not possible. And that's why the issues of corruptions they are talking about, when they publish reports and they say that this institution has gone to see parliamentary and they have given this money. For instance, last week we started...
I should be questioning my friend who...
Yes, it is not possible.
Who spent committee allowances, who used committee allowances to buy a car.
Let me give you an example. Last week, last week, we were considering the value for money office bill. That is over a 50-page document. We have to sit down and go line by line, and argue at the committee level, proposal amendments. That no one will see. At the end of the day, what they will see is what has been published and gazetted and signed on to by the president. But the work that went into it, people did the work. So even you don't see the members of parliament working, and you only see what is happening in the plenary, and you think that that's the work of the committee, then you are getting it wrong.
Let me go to Oliver.
Before Oliver can, you mentioned about people having time. No MP would be able to get the time that you want to be able to do parliament and still go to court, unless you go home and provide solicitors advice, or your genius
some of them are doing it. Some of them are carrying on with their other business.
And even before you do that, you have to seek parliamentary approval.
Yes, I know. Before you go to Oliver, you ask, so why do people bend over backwards? You put it that way.
Yeah.
Why do people kill? Maybe you get a bit of social capital. Beyond that,
true.
there's no monetary incentive to be an MP. And I'm telling you 100% honestly.
I know about some of them. Let me come quickly. Oliver, so I intentionally wanted you to listen to them before you continue with your submissions. I'm going to read these messages to you, and they all seem to ask nearly the same question. Okay. This one says that they know what the terrain is, yet they kill and maim to get there. If there's nothing there, why do they fight to get there? We don't trust them.
Because somebody has to do the job.
Why do we have to buy Land Cruisers? Kufuor gave Peugeots, Camry, and Corolla saloons. Why don't they get saloons? He told you, like, all of them, where they go, the places they go to, you can't use a saloon car, a car other than, a four-wheel. It says the most annoying thing about them, when we buy V8 for them, is that they abuse road traffic regulations by driving with sirens, driving against the tide, pushing legitimate taxpayers off the streets because they are more human. It is repugnant, annoying, and infuriating. This is coming from Atabadu. Now, the next one says that, this is Kweku, is asking the question. The problem, it says that, so why do parliamentary candidates spend so much money to become MPs? Example, let's see what had just happened in Ayawaso East. Then, this is from, you don't identify yourself, but you say, if someone who until becoming an MP was a deputy minister says he was one of those who joined the chorus of attacking MPs, then the question is, what was his motivation? Having sleepless nights campaigning. A Rabba Opoku Bediako says that, please, nobody is comparing Ghana to the Western world, but we have to learn best practices. How come elsewhere citizens don't gather at MP's residence? Everyone minds his or her own business because the systems are there for everyone to thrive, including visitors who visit those countries. Here, citizens are always at MP's residence because they want to be seen.
No.
They want to be seen in that way.
No.
People are not getting their basic needs, but the MPs, within few days in office, build a house in Accra, send his family abroad, build high-rise apartments for renting, whereas those who voted for them continue to suffer. Please ask the MPs in your studio how they feel after ruling this country for so many years, but as many as 200 people can gather to beg for food in their homes. The next questioner, Bismarck, says, so upon all the problems they are talking about, why are they still paying for delegates to elect them? Angela.
That's another matter.
Angela says, the problem of the MPs is a governance and transparency problem. Campaign financing amounts are drawn from the air. Amazing promises are made at campaigns. The district assembly's role is completely masticated. What do you expect people to do or think? This issue needs a reset.
I agree.
There are many of the messages like this, but we are running out of time. Oliver, having heard them, what do you say?
I know we have very limited time, but this is what I think that generally there's a truth that the MPs have drawn the short end of the stick in terms of being the one to take care of the social welfare problems of people that exist within their constituency. The response to it is not to be able to commit, a ministry level budget to MPs to be able to deal with those social problems within their constituency. Even if you give it to them, it won't be able to do that. It's a clear sign of a failure of governance problems that need to be tackled more holistically. But I think this is what is important. Kabiru talked about, people need to know more. People are not going to believe you no matter how you sound the message because they're taking everything into context and still not believing, looking at the lifestyle of many MPs, that what you're saying is true. In any event, your availability and willingness to continue to engage in the game belies anything that they need to believe. They need that if people show up, you're still going to find the money for them in one framework or the other. So you're not going to solve the problem that way. And in a broader sense, let's look at the things and the markers that people look at and convince themselves that MPs are fine.
So because of time, tell us, if we are not going to solve the problem that way, how do we solve it? Because the MPs have a genuine need to be able to do the work they do.
So I will take away some of the things that people perceive as this trappings issue, which the MPs consider as disadvantages. For instance, let's take this transport issue that we are talking about. That if you are buying a vehicle as a loan, I'd rather the state was absorbing the cost, was taking up the vehicles that are available to you as a pool that you work for and you leave behind. People are not going to have any qualms that for people to be able to visit their constituencies, the state has a pool of vehicles that are available at the service of MPs. As you have said, it is more cost to the country to do it that way. But in fact, the benefit is that it deals with the perception problem in the long term.
All right.
Secondly, we are saying that we want to redirect attention to the DCEs. And this is why the proposals about the election of the DCEs, about not touching the District Assembly Common Fund, even creating that mechanism of MP share of the Common Fund, creates a perception that the money is going to you. So why do it in the first place? Focus, you're not a development agent. And so we have to be able to remove all those indicators that put the MPs in the light as if they are agents of the executive state and they're supposed to be there to do those kind of work.
Right.
Let's try all those reforms, I would say.
And we raised this issue, and within a very short time, the interest on this issue alone is so huge. Unlike the matters that we have discussed about the economy and the rest of them. Komla Alfred, Citizen Ayo, General, one you call yourself General, Citizen Kwesi, Hornsby, Awim Ben, and Komla Alfred again, all of you almost saying the same thing. The MPs, they are their own problem because they campaign and tell the people about things they can do when they actually are only being elected to make laws. Right. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. And my outfit is by Habil Scooter. You can contact them 0200 84 1988. They will get you the best of kaftans. Habil Scooter 0200 84 1988. Check them out on your socials. My guests have been Felix Kwachio Fosu, Minister of Government, Minister of State, Government Communications, Dr. Muhammad Tia Abdul Kabiru, MP Wale Wale, and also member of the Finance Committee of Parliament, Oliver Bakavomo, is Constitutional Rights and Policy Strategy Advisor at the Democracy Hub, and Bright Simmons, you heard earlier, is Honorary Vice President, Imani Africa. I'm Samson Ladi Anyanini. Have a good afternoon.
Welcome to Malcolm, where shopping is a musical experience for all generations. Granny's Let's Roll It Back.
Welcome Ghana, we did for you. Welcome's got it all for me and you. Life made so easy, easy. Lemon squeezy, shopping made easy. Sometimes money day, sometimes some way out of pocket. Welcome season. The price is right.
The price is right.
The price is nice.
The price is nice.
Fresh with the vibes, unbeatable. Do the price they fly.
Do the price they fly.
Your number one stop shop, number one. Your number one stop shop. Welcome. Welcome Ghana, we did for you. Welcome's got it all for me and you.
No matter the generation you belong to, Malcolm is where Ghana shops.
Bring back home the experience.
Bring home the experience.
Do you want a healthy smile?
Maintaining a healthy smile goes beyond brushing alone. Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. Did you know that you can follow 3 steps to getting your mouth healthy? 1, regular brushing for at least 2 times a day for at least 2 minutes. 2, cleaning between the teeth with floss at least once a day. And 3, use of an antimicrobial mouth rinse that decreases bacteria in your mouth. As a hygienist, our role is to help you discover what techniques and products that personally work for you. So, book your periodic dental appointment with your hygienist today to learn more about comprehensive dental care. Bethel Dental Clinic, the smile starts here.
Healthy smile.
Discover Willow Lane in Sakumono, one of Ghana's most prime community. These expertly designed 4-bedroom homes feature a private elevator, 4 ensuite bedrooms, private balconies, walk-in closets, and a gourmet kitchen and a maid's quarters. Perfect for families, executives, investors, and retirees. Our community offers a swimming pool, playground, and 3-tier security for your peace of mind. Experience the ultimate in comfort, convenience, and community here at Willow Lane, Sakumon. Visit waylead.org or call 0240-111119 or 0308-040500 to book your tour today. Waylead, your trusted home builder.
Life can be giving it to you with like that, and everything around you will be affected big time. Too many uncertainties and fears. But with the right partner like Empo Life Insurance Ghana, you are sorted. Save back. You get the best healthcare, solid pension trust policies, and the peace of mind to grow your business and focus on what truly matters. Empo Insurance, empowering people.
March is Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. Have you attained 45 years and older? Notice blood in your stool, a family history of cancer? Then don't wait to have a colonoscopy. Early detection of cancer and effective treatment save lives.
There are weak points in the development and spread of cancers of the large bowel that we have control over to stop, to reduce the incidence and deaths from these cancers. Achieving this success depends on you and me. We are fully prepared. What about you?
Visit Mintuba Hospital and Coloproctology Center today or call us. Mintuba Hospital, First Ghana Colorectal Center, in to serve a peculiar health need.
Good business means seeing the possibilities and maximizing opportunities. Making sure you have a responsive support system backs your business goals.